Good evening. I'd like to call the March 17th, 2015 Longmont City Council meeting to order. This is a regular session. Could we please start with a roll call?
Yes. Mayor Coombs?
Here.
Council members Bagley?
Here.
Christensen? Here. Finley?
Here.
Levison?
Here.
Moore?
Here.
And Santos?
Here.
Mayor Coombs, we have a quorum.
All right. We'll stand for Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Anyone wishing to speak at first call, public invited to be heard, will need to add his or her name to the list Outside the council chambers, only those on the list will be invited to speak at first call. Public invited to be heard. Speakers who do not place their name on that list will have an opportunity to speak during the public hearing items this evening or at final call. Public invited to be heard on any item at the end of the meeting. So now we have the approval of the minutes from February 24th. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move for approval of the minutes of February 24th.
Second.
Okay, let's vote. Okay, passes 7-0. Valerie, are there any agenda revisions?
No, Mayor Coombs, there are none tonight.
All right. Is there a report from the city manager?
No report, Mayor, Council.
Okay, so now youth council update. Olga Bermudez will provide an update for the youth council.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of the City Council. My name is Olga Bermudez, and I work for the City of Longmont Children, Youth, and Families, and I'm the staff liaison for Youth Council. So currently, we're working on the Sticker Shock campaign. So this is our second year doing this campaign. Last year was really successful, so this year we want to make it really a little bit bigger. So this is going to be a collaboration between City of Longmont Youth Council, Healthy Youth Alliance, Lafayette Youth Advisory Committee, City of Boulder Youth Advisory Board. So we're working to prevent underage drinking and any related injuries and accidents that are too often associated with this. We know that prom is coming, graduation, and spring break, and this is when a lot of the youth get some alcohol. So this project aims to reach those individuals over age 21 who legally purchase alcohol and then provide it to a minor. The campaign consists of youth design stickers being placed onto multi-packs of alcoholic beverages at participating retail stores. Youth Council members will visit stores during the week of April 11 with adult chaperones. We would like to invite City Council members to participate in this event by being one of the adults with us when we visit the stores. So Youth Council is right here with me, and they have a presentation for you. So we're going to start with a video.
I am Jenny Bradley, Chairman of Longmont Youth Council.
My name is Mohammed Aziz, and I'm the chair of the Youth Council.
Hi, I'm Christian Brubaker. I'm the treasurer of Longmont Youth Council.
Hi, I'm Elsa Robles, and I'm a member of the Longmont Youth Council. And this coming April, we are starting a project called Project Sticker Shop, where we're going inside of liquor stores and placing a sticker on the liquor packages. We just want to say that it's the responsibility of both the adults and the youth to be responsible for their decisions and what they do. For adults, it's illegal to provide alcohol to I am Jenny Bagley, Chairman of Longmont Youth Council.
My name is Mohammed Aziz, and I'm co-chair of the Youth Council.
Hi, I'm Christian Brubaker. I'm the treasurer of Longmont Youth Council.
Hi, I'm Elsa Robles, and I'm a member of the Longmont Youth Council. And this coming April, we are starting a project called Project Sticker Shop, where we're going inside of liquor stores and placing a sticker on the liquor packages. We just want to say that it's the responsibility of both the adults and the youth to be responsible for their decisions and what they do. For adults, it's illegal to provide alcohol to minors, and for minors, it's illegal to consume alcohol.
Providing alcohol to minors is a
crime that kills!
So Youth Council, they have some data they would like to share with you, so I'm going to let them just to take over.
Hi, I'm Daniel, and I'm a freshman at Nawat High School. This is data from a survey taken among St. Vrain Valley High School students. It was taken from among about 1,200 students, and 22% of them have admitted to binge drinking, and 38% of them are currently drinking, and 20% of them have drank before they were 13 years old, and 67 have drank at least once in their life. 7% of them have drove after drinking alcohol, and 17% have ridden while with a drunk driver.
Hi, I'm Mohammed, and I'm from Silver Creek. And teenagers usually get their alcohol from people 21 years old or older. The second most common source for high school students is someone else under the age of 21. And the second most common source for teens, specifically at the age of 18 to 20 years old, is purchased through a store, bar, or restaurant, despite the fact that such sales are against the law.
Hi, my name is Madison Reed. I'm a freshman at Skyline High School. Here are the consequences for, first of all, if a minor is in possession of alcohol, which is also called an MIP. Their first offense is a fine of up to $250 as well as 24 hours in jail. They can also have their license revoked for up to 3 months if the minor fails to follow court instructions. On their second offense, their fine can double to up to $500 and include 24 hours of community service. They also have to take a mandatory alcohol class, and their license will be revoked for at least 6 months. For their third offense, or any to follow, they can have 3 to 12 months imprisonment, and their fine can go from $250 to $1,000. Also, these are both determined by the court. They have to take a mandatory alcohol class, and their license will be revoked for at least a year. For an adult, if they're caught hosting an underage drinking party, it's categorized as a Class 4 felony, which includes up to 2 to 6 years in prison. They can be fined anywhere from $2,000 to $500,000. And if they are caught providing alcohol, they can also lose their driving privileges for up to half a year. So for Alcohol Awareness Month, our main goal in Project Sticker Shock is to collaborate with the city community members as well as you, the city council, in this project. We want to reach out to the community and to educate young people as well as adults who may be providing alcohol to minors, to let them know that, first of all, the citizens care as well as the government of the city cares. So the ways for our action steps for this are to contact local alcohol retailers and inform them of what we plan to do, as well as develop a media plan. One of the big aspects of Project Sticker Shock is how it spreads so much throughout the media. Also, we want to actually do it, so go into stores, get in touch with many liquor stores so that we're able to spread the news. And these are our stickers that we will be, as well as posters, putting on the alcohol beverages, and hopefully the store owners will also be hanging the posters up even after the campaign has ended to lengthen awareness. Thank you all.
Councilmember Larson?
Yes, can I ask you guys a question? Are you going to put the video that you just showed us on Channel 8 to be shown on Channel 8? Can you do that? Because a lot of people, would see it that way, I'm thinking. And then are you using any social media like Snapchat or anything?
We aren't currently using social media as a way to outreach this, but the video will most likely be on Channel 8.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess Public Works will now give us an update on South Main construction projects.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, members of council. My name is Nick Wolfram. I'm with the Engineering Services Division of the Public Works and Natural Resources Department. Tough act to follow, an awfully impressive group. We're here this evening to talk to you about 3 projects that are going to be major transportation improvements to the city of Longmont, but the first step in those is often going through the pain of the construction project. So over the coming year, it will have an impact on us as we go through that construction, but they work towards some great improvements. Collectively, we're referring to them as Focus on South Main, because they're all in that area. The 3 projects consist of Main Street and Ken Pratt Boulevard intersection improvement project, which actually extends all the way down to the South Pratt Parkway intersection. So it's going to, and Mike is going to explain that a little bit more, but it's really that section between Main Street and South Pratt Parkway. Main Street pavement reconstruction from Ken Pratt Boulevard to 3rd Avenue, where we're going to be replacing the deteriorating asphalt pavement with long-lasting concrete pavement. And the third is the Main Street bridge replacement. Tom's going to talk a little bit about that. I will say, one of the things I wanted to bring up just a little bit as we talk about this, we're going to talk some about the project schedules and the project budgets. And if you are real careful, you'll look and you may see some of these numbers don't jive with some of the numbers you might see in the CIP. I will say that as we've opened bids this year, we're seeing for the first time in several years a pretty substantial increase in construction costs. And we've stood up here several times over the last 5 years and talked about, with a bad economy, how we've been getting incredibly good construction prices that have either been level or decreasing over that period of time. And as the economy's picked up, so is the cost of doing business and cost of construction. So we're seeing those. I bring that up now just to let you know that as we're opening bids and getting better figures on these, we likely anticipate that we'll be back. We're going to have to look at our CIP, at our fund balances, and we may be back with some CIP amendments and some additional appropriation requests. 2 of these, the one project, the Main Street and Ken Pratt that Mike will talk about first, we've already awarded that contract and the money's in place, but the other 2 are still under design. And with that, I'm going to start with a short video that's on our website that's a description of these projects. See if that works right here. Well, if this is not working well, we're not going to take the time with it. And I will direct you towards our website and encourage you to take a look at that. So instead of that, that's working, whatever that means. Turn up the volume on the computer. That's all right. It's like I My apologies for that. We had it working earlier, but that's not working very well. So we're just going to go ahead with that rather than taking your time. I would like to introduce some of the staff that's here this evening to talk with us. Alan Brynings, our project manager with the St. Vrain Bridge project. Micah Zagorski is working on our Main Street and Ken Pratt Boulevard project. Tom Street is working on our Main Street reconstruction. And Holly Melny is our assisting us with public information, trying to straighten out the engineers and helping us tell our story a little bit better. So I encourage you to watch the video online sometime because she helped me get that done. And with that, I'd like to introduce Micah Zagorski to start.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, members of council. My name is Micah Zagorski, and I'm a senior civil engineer with Public Works and Natural Resources Department. Tonight, I'm here to speak to you about the first of the Focus on South Main projects, which includes improvements at the Main Street and Ken Pratt Boulevard intersection. This project is identified in the CIP as T109. And while the core focus is on the Ken Pratt Main intersection, this project actually has a larger footprint that includes improvements along the Ken Pratt corridor between South Pratt Parkway and Emery Street. So why are we doing improvements in Ken Pratt and Main? This is the busiest intersection in Longmont, and it handles over 64,000 vehicles per day, and it needs safety and capacity improvements. The long queues and heavy congestion contribute to a higher frequency of rear-end accidents. Users of this intersection also experience unacceptable delay. This project will reduce the delay by adding additional through lanes in the eastbound, westbound, and southbound directions. This project will also upgrade pedestrian and bicycle facilities and provide wider sidewalks. As shown on the picture, the existing sidewalk at the northwest quadrant is very narrow, especially when vehicles overhang the curb. This presents ADA accessibility and other safety concerns. This project will also install and/or upgrade arterial landscaping, thereby making this gateway to Longmont more aesthetically appealing. The work will also include pavement maintenance of the aging concrete roadway that was constructed in the 1980s. The project will replace deteriorated panels with new, longer-lasting concrete. And lastly, one of the key aspects of this project will be to remove the bottleneck for eastbound Ken Pratt Boulevard that's worse in the afternoon peak hour. Traffic queues routinely back up to South Pratt Parkway and even beyond. So now I'm going to show you a traffic simulation video that shows the existing and improved conditions. So here we are with the existing conditions, and this traffic simulation generally represents the afternoon or PM peak hour. After this clip plays, a second video will show a comparison with the post-construction improvements. So you'll notice that we have heavy demands for the northbound and eastbound directions, with the eastbound queue backing up to South Pratt Parkway. We also have a lengthy queue developing for the southbound left turn movement. And because of the limited amount of signal time, we are unable to clear the queue for these heavy movements. The next clip shows the intersection operation with the improved conditions. With the construction of the additional eastbound, westbound, and southbound through lanes, now you see the queue lengths are significantly reduced, especially for the eastbound direction. As I'm showing this video, one of the questions you might be asking yourself is, why aren't we showing southbound dual left turn lanes to the intersection? This improvement was analyzed during the early stages of the design phase, and while there is a long queue of cars that develops during the PM peak hour, it's primarily a function of the demand and signal timing to efficiently move the heavy eastbound and northbound traffic. With the additional through lanes, there will be additional green time that we can assist with the southbound left turn movement, which will improve that condition. Nope, you're back. You're back at the beginning. Okay, so the total project cost for the Ken Pratt and Main improvements are approximately $5.86 million. $430,000 was for design, $330,000 for right-of-way acquisition. Phase 1 construction which was the box culvert improvements that began last summer and was recently completed in January, had a price tag of $2.4 million. And Phase 2 construction, which is the roadway widening and intersection improvements portion of the project, is $2.7 million. Funding for this project includes $550,000 in federal HES funds, $1.25 million in state FASTER funds, and just over $4 million from the city street fund. The total amount of state and federal funding on this project is $1.8 million, or roughly 1/3 of the project cost. The Phase 2 construction improvements were recently bid and awarded to Lawson Construction, a local Longmont company. The construction of the improvements is scheduled to begin later this month, and it's estimated to take approximately 6 months to complete the work. Some things to expect during construction: there will be lane closures to construct the improvements. These daytime lane closures will be scheduled during non-peak hours. However, traffic backups are anticipated and alternate routes are suggested. To lessen the impacts to the traveling public, 2 through lanes in each direction will be maintained during the AM and PM peak hours. There are sidewalk closures and pedestrian detours that will be required as the work is ongoing. And lastly, business access will be maintained during construction. However, there will be times where the driveway widths may be reduced and/or closed to facilitate the work. And the contractor will have a public information manager who will coordinate these impacts with the adjacent businesses.
Just a quick question. What's going to happen with the RTD stops? I frequently see people right near that intersection waiting for the RTD bus. Will there be notification?
Mayor Combs, Councilmember Levison, yes, we will be working with RTD on the bus stops. Similarly, when the Excel gas line work was done along the south side of Kentire Boulevard last summer, they had to temporarily relocate an RTD bus stop. So as part of the contractor's phasing plan, we'll look at those locations with the RTD bus stops, and if necessary, we'll work with RTD to temporarily relocate them. That was the end of my portion of the presentation, so
all right.
There are
well,
other
thank
questions.
you very much. Any further questions?
Okay. This time I'm going to turn
Councilmember Santos.
Hold on one second. So we're going to, I'm assuming, and I hate to assume, but we're going to be putting these closures on the city's website as well, and putting it potentially city link.
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Santos. Yes, and you're kind of leading us, jumping ahead a little bit.
Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. As part of the presentation, Holly's going to talk about some of the public outreach and notification during the construction process.
Thank you.
So this time I'm going to turn over the podium to Tom Street, who's going to talk to you about the Main Street pavement reconstruction project.
Mayor Coombs and members of council, my name is Tom Street, and I'm with the Public Works and Natural Resources Department. The first focus on South Main Street project I'm going to present tonight is our Main Street Pavement Reconstruction Project, or T111, as it is identified in the city's capital improvement program. This project will improve Main Street from just north of Kim Pratt Boulevard to just south of 3rd Avenue. This is an asset management type of project where the distressed asphalt pavement within Main Street will be replaced with long-lasting, durable, low-maintenance concrete pavement. This project also includes a variety of other improvements, including the repair and replacement of sidewalks along this busy transportation corridor. Project scope also includes the replacement of storm sewer pipes, reconstruction of storm drainage inlets, along with various other traffic signal, striping, and pavement marking improvements. As far as project cost, the design is expected to cost about $355,000. Our current construction cost estimate is just over $4.8 million. And our current appropriated construction budget is just under $5.2 million. I also wanted to mention that federal funding through Dr. Cog is a significant funding source for this project, and we anticipate it'll account for about 40% of the total anticipated construction cost of this project. We are scheduled to complete all design work by the end of next month. We expect to advertise for construction services during May of this year. We'd like to start construction during July. The July focus will be on underground and storm sewer improvements. And we're slated to start our pavement reconstruction work during August of this year. And I think it's important to note that we intend to finish most of the work that Micah just talked about, most of our Ken Pratt Boulevard or T109 improvements, before we start the Main Street pavement reconstruction work. We want Ken Pratt Boulevard to be up and running, to be fully operational before we start the Main Street pavement work. Currently, we expect to finish this project during the spring of next year. With this project, we expect to see a variety of traffic impacts during construction, including the reduction of travel lanes. We'll be going from 2 travel lanes in each direction down to 1 travel lane in each direction during construction. We expect to see short-term intersection impacts, temporary lane closures. We'll see reduced speeds through our project work zones. And although business access will be maintained throughout construction, there will be temporary driveway impacts from time to time as these access points are reconstructed. We are using a phased construction approach, which means that we'll limit the amount of pavement that is being removed at any given time, so that the impacts are also being limited at any given time. So we're doing smaller pieces at one time instead of tearing up an entire side. Our next focus on South Main Street project is our Main Street Bridge Replacement Project, or T113 in the city's CIP. The current bridge does not pass the 100-year storm event. The new bridge is being designed in a fashion where it's going to be significantly longer than the old bridge. The new bridge will be about 100 feet longer than the old bridge. Flood conveyance, flood protection are 2 of the primary goals for this project. And again, it's also important to note that the design for this project, or it's being designed so that the bridge will safely pass the 100-year storm flows for the St. Vrain River.
I just want to interrupt real quickly, something that I forgot to mention. We're going to be talking about this next week because we're going to be talking about St. Vrain Creek Improvement Project, but one of the major impacts on this project in particular has been the fact that post-flood, FEMA and CDOT have been working on an update of the hydrology of St. Vrain Creek along with several other creeks along the Front Range. And where previously we had a regulatory 100-year storm flow of 10,000 CFS, which you've heard us talk about numerous times, that right now, their preliminary look at that new FEMA regulatory flow is up in the neighborhood of 15,000 at Main Street. So it's been a significant impact on the scope of this project of having to increase the size of this bridge in order to pass more flows. And so that's one of the significant impacts on costs of the structure. I just want to pass that along right now because as Tom talks about that, you'll see that it's high. But as I said, we're looking at our CIP, and we'll be back showing you how we'll have to make revisions to pass that.
The scope for this project includes a variety of other pedestrian, safety, and operational improvements. The new structure will be wider than the existing bridge. The wider bridge will accommodate wider sidewalks. The current sidewalks are about 4 feet wide. The new sidewalks will be 10 feet wide. The wider bridge will also accommodate safer and wider travel lanes. And the project also includes a variety of other safety improvements, such as new bridge rails, new guardrails, that will be designed to meet today's higher design standards. And lastly, I wanted to mention this is an old bridge. The original center portion of this bridge was built in 1948. And we believe this aging structure is near the end of its useful life. Our project design efforts are nearing completion, and we expect to be finished with all design work by the end of May of this year. We'd like to advertise for contractors during June. And we're slated to start construction in August of this year. We expect the total duration of this project, the total time it'll take to build this project, to be 12 months. And that's for all project work. That's going to include our trail connections. It's going to include all of our channel work, and it's going to include the actual bridge and structure work. Now, the actual bridge work, structure work, we expect will take about 9 months to construct. And it's during this portion of work that Main Street traffic will be most impacted. For this project, we're going to use a phased construction approach. Our current plan is we're going to build the west half of the bridge first. At that time, we're going to shift traffic to the east side of Main Street. When we're done with the west side, we'll build the east side of the bridge. At the same time, we'll be shifting traffic to the west side. The key aspect being that we'll be down to one travel lane in each direction during the construction of the bridge. This project also includes federal funding. The city applied for and received a FEMA mitigation grant in the amount of $3 million. It's for the Main Street Bridge and our South Pratt Parkway Bridge. We're currently in the design process for that structure. So the $3 million is for both bridges. As far as the Main Street project, we expect the design to cost about $400,000. And our current construction cost estimate is coming in at $5.5 million for this structure. And as Nick mentioned, we currently have a construction funding shortage for this project, and staff will be continuing to look at options to close that gap.
$400,000 to design it?
$400,000.
I'm in the wrong line of work.
I don't think you realize how many drawings are in a bridge.
Not $400,000 worth.
Our last bridge project slide shows a rendering of the bridge. This is an early effort. Not all of the aesthetic elements have been fully developed at this time, but we wanted to show you some of the elements that have come from the St. Vrain Blueprint project that are being considered at this time. You want to hover the cursor over the elements. Currently, we're looking at the use of taller sandstone columns at the 4 abutment corners. We're looking at the use of shorter sandstone columns on the pier caps. We're also looking at different types of ornamentation that could be installed on top of the sandstone columns as part of the project. And also we expect to use the city's signature St. Vrain Greenway identity signage, as you may have seen on several of the other bridges throughout town. Mayor Coombs and members of council, are there any questions at this time?
Councilmember Christensen.
Is it assumed that that bikes will go on the sidewalk, or that they will go? Will there be room in the traffic lanes to get across this bridge?
During Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Christensen, the final product of Main Street will include the wider on-grade sidewalks. The current width of Main Street will not facilitate on-street bike lanes as part of the final product. Now, as part of the bridge, we do have a grade-separated pedestrian undercrossing as part of our project that will be located on the north side of the bridge.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you. Right now, the pedestrian, the curb, the sidewalk just goes right to the curb. One of the open houses I went to probably about a year ago had a design idea presented that the pedestrian walkway, the sidewalk, would be actually separated with some kind of a physical barrier. And am I reading that correctly from those? So it's going to be so traffic cannot jump over a curb and hit someone then.
Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Levison, you're correct. At the curb face of the new bridge, we'll have our bridge rails installed at that location. Then we'll have approximately a 10-foot wide sidewalk with a pedestrian, a safety railing along the back side of that walkway system.
Great. And so is the sidewalk going to be narrow to a narrower point after you get across the bridge, or is it going to be 10 feet all the way down?
Predominantly, we're going to have 8-foot offset sidewalks, but it is going to vary up and down this corridor some.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Holly Milne, our Public Information Specialist.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, good evening. So a core strategy for public outreach will be to keep things simple. As you've seen tonight, we've taken the approach to present these improvements as one large project with multiple phases. By creating the umbrella of Focus on South Main, it's clearer and simpler for those impacted or interested to plug in and follow along. Initial outreach efforts began about a year ago. We held our first open house in April of 2014, and we just recently held a second one on March 4th. Each time, we also mailed a Focus on South Main introduction letter to nearly 1,200 addresses in and around the project boundaries. We've also introduced the project to the community through several print and digital communication tools, including the video that we sort of showed tonight. In addition, staff has met one-on-one with property owners as well as leaders from the Longmont Downtown Development Authority as well as the Longmont Area Economic Council. Throughout the various stages, we are committed to maintaining close communication with impacted businesses and property owners. Each construction firm, as Micah mentioned, will have a public information manager to provide timely updates on schedule and impacts, as well as field any questions and concerns. The city's project managers and I will work closely with these public information managers to ensure a high level of support to those still directly impacted. We will use a wide variety of resources to inform the traveling public. There will be fixed signs in the project area displaying the Focus on South Main name and hotline number. During critical phases of construction, we will use variable message boards to display important information. We will also continue to use print and web tools to reach broad audiences. This includes working with CDOT to share information regionally through its widely followed social media accounts and CO Trip web map. That's my summary on public information. Unless you guys have any questions about that, I'm turning it back over to Nick.
Thank you, Holly. Once again, all we were trying to do this evening was give you some information. It's going to be a very busy construction summer and into next spring. But once again, I know that the improvements that we're making through this are going to be great improvements to the transportation system as a whole and to the safety of the community. So,
Councilmember Bagley?
Thank you, because I just want to make sure we go on the record and I ask this question so I can point to it and say, I asked. Okay, I'd already asked you. I already know the answer. But my concern is, or it was before talking to city staff, was right now we've got Sunset Bridge down. We have got now Main Street that will have heavy construction. And so my concern is that you've got the far east and far west ways to get down from North Longmont to South Longmont. What precautions and how are we getting ahead of the curve to make sure that when people want to travel, we're not driving all the way to Hover or all the way out to Pace Street to get to where we're going?
So, Nick, I think if you look at what they've done and you look at the phasing of the project and when they talked about and Tom talked about we need to finish with the piece on Pratt first and then we move on Main Street, and then they talked about keeping travel lanes open to the best of their ability. That's really the piece that comes into play and taking that into consideration. When you also look at it, we also know that there's another bridge that needs to be redone, and that's Pratt. And so you don't want to close both of those at the same time, because then you really will create that issue there in terms of that traffic pattern. One of the things I wanted to say following Holly's presentation is you have seen a lot of information on this and a very focused public information strategy. We have been telling council and the community since the flood that we are about to engage in a period of time in our community where travel is going to be difficult. This is really the kickoff of where that's going to occur, because what you will see next is you will see this project. Then Sunset starts later in the fall. And then once they finish this project, then they move to Pratt. And then in the middle of that, we have river work being done in order to handle the capacity, the storm flows that Nick talked about. So it is the phasing of the projects and looking at the modeling and making sure that we're keeping traffic lanes open throughout the process.
So what I'm hearing you say is that people who are concerned about Longmont and very competent in their positions are staggering the work. It will be inconvenient, but you're doing the best you can to keep everything going, given that we need to upgrade our streets.
That is exactly what we're saying.
All right, great, thank you.
Councilmember Lawson?
Thank you, Mayor. Perhaps we should add a little piece of a giveaway at all of our public events. We should rebrand 2-ibuprofen in a little zip pack that says, "Excuse the headache, focus on South Main." And just give that out to people so they know that we are concerned and we are going to try to alleviate their headache ahead of time. So maybe we should just add that to our branding to give out a little bit, only to adults, of course, and make sure we have all the appropriate, warning labels and all that kind of stuff. But, people should realize that we don't want to cause them a headache, but we're sorry we're going to.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. The other thing I wanted to point out is that we will be struggling with the same issues as staff in terms of whether we're going home or we're going to other city facilities. We're going to be impacted by all of this. At the end of the day, I think what we're asking everyone to keep in mind is that when we finish these projects, we're going to be a much stronger community as a result of this, more resilient, and we're going to have a much stronger infrastructure. And so while it is going to be convenient, I guess I just ask everyone to keep in mind that the end result is going to be a really great product for our community.
Okay, I don't see any questions, any more presentations, or?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I guess now it's time for public invited to be heard. First person on the list is Chris McClavery, followed by Richard Myron. Hi.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. It's better. My name is Chris McGilvray, business owner, property owner, 137 Main Street. First, I want to praise the Longmont Youth Council for presenting the April Alcohol Awareness Month initiative. I found that to be very insightful. The business that I'm in, I'm exposed to a lot of issues related to alcohol abuse, so that was pretty cool and exciting to hear that presentation. Second, I'm here to speak in support of a resolution of the City Council approving a redevelopment and reimbursement agreement that involves the city, the LDDA, and Private Investor 150 Maine LLC, who's represented by Brian Baer this evening. What we are approving tonight is consistent with the city's vision. This inspired vision of Longmont serves as a blueprint, the future of our community, a community that's thriving, that's vibrant, that's alive, attractive, ultimately a place we belong. Currently, the First and Main area of our downtown is very challenging for redevelopment. It's blighted. It's a blighted area, and it's been that way for many, many years. With blight comes very poor public perception. Our city has a solid vision to transform this perception, but let's face the fact, it can't be done without private investors. Private investors who are both willing and able to take a bold risk and invest in our community. So we now have that. A strong working partnership between the city, the LDDA, and 150 Main is critical to successfully move this redevelopment forward. So I believe the city, we're on the brink of a major positive paradigm shift. This paradigm shift lies in the redevelopment of that big Butterball building. This will serve as a catalyst project that will create a positive shift in the public perception in a big way. With any development, particularly in blighted communities, there's a high risk and high cost. Phase 1 of this development, as you know, costs $60 to $70 million, and that's just phase 1. So I believe the financial agreement proposed between the city, the LDDA, and 150 Main is very workable and reasonable for all parties involved. What an exciting time to be part of this city. Someday we're going to look back at this moment and we're going to say, I was a citizen of Longmont during this time. I was a member of city council during this transition. I was the mayor during this time when we took bold action to make our vision a reality. So I urge the city council to support the proposed agreement between the city, the LDDA, and 150 Main, and to continue to foster strong collaboration and partnership with the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Ron Crinzo. Oh, excuse me. Richard Myron. Excuse me. Sorry.
Good evening. I am Richard Myron, and I reside within Ward 3 at 2448 Dodd Lane. Previously, I appeared here and noted that I am a 60% disabled, service-connected Vietnam veteran due to Agent Orange exposure. At the last council meeting, I presented an initial plea for action with regard to honoring our service-connected disabled veterans by allowing a fee-free access to Union Reservoir. This evening, I provided each of you with a packet as promised, which provides the federal law, the Colorado state law, and Larimer County's documents in support of such action. Boulder County does not have park entrance fees to any Boulder County parks for anyone, thus they're not included. Service-connected disabled veterans displaying the state-issued DV plate are allowed free access to all Colorado state parks and Larimer County parks as evidenced by the documents in your packet. Kim Sugar of Parks is aware of this packet and is aware of the discussions I've had with council to this point. I would caution the council not to overthink this request. We're not asking for free access to all of the recreation areas. We don't get that from the state. We don't get that from anybody else. So we're not asking for, let's throw open the rec center or whatever it may be. So we're simply asking for what we receive from federal and state and Larimer County right now, which is a free access to Union Reservoir. We're still going to pay for our boats. We're still going to pay for camping. It's just give us what we deserve. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Ron Crinzo.
Good evening, Councilman, Mayor. I took a little look at the issue of Citizens for Quiet Skies, and obviously it's an issue that is affecting the airport. And I kind of looked at it in a little bit different way. I think people kind of wonder why 4 or 5 people up to 10 people take a position that the other 89,980 people in the city of Longmont don't take. So I did a little bit of research and talked to some doctor friends. In my real life, I do product development for Spalding Rehabilitation Hospital for stroke patients. And a couple of things came up. There's a couple of illnesses, conditions of varying degrees. One is called hyperacusis, which is basically a physical condition which makes sounds of, and it can be almost any kind of sound, very unpleasant. There's another one called misophonia, which is a little more complicated. It's a neurological condition which really generates itself in a hatred for sound. You don't know what kind it's going to be, but it's very strong. And I think it's interesting to think about this in relation to what's going on with Quiet Skies. In a funny way, if you read through this, Miss Gibbs' conversations, she would be the poster girl for these two conditions. But I think it ought to be thrown in the mix just to look if you have a person that has constantly brought up a problem, they might have a problem that they don't even know about. Especially misophonia is something that's sort of new and it's neurological. In the past, hyperacusis was always known about in most doctors, and they can usually trace it physically really easy. But the combination of these two things I think are something that we as people that don't ever hear it, and they don't, the other thing that's sort of interesting is people that sometimes have this condition, they think everybody hears what they hear. That just isn't true. And so I'm trying to be a little compassionate towards these folks. And I think it might, if it's really prevalent and it continues, I think maybe we could look at that a little bit. I think that I know we're coming to court pretty soon with Mile High Skydiving. I think that's coming up. I'm sure that you have all thought and looked about that. And I even have a little handout if you'll take it.
Yes, you can hand it to her. So thank you. Yeah, unfortunately the 3 minutes were up. I appreciate that.
That's okay.
That was some good information, though. Thank you. Wendell Pickett.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman. I'm here speaking as a private citizen and one who participated in the Housing Task Force when we studied affordable housing. And the item before you on item 9D with Butterball and additional city subsidies to a market rate project. I'd really like to encourage you to pull that from today's consent agenda, give it some more consideration. I think that it's very forward thinking for the city to enter into public-private partnerships and for those partnerships to be well balanced and to be used as an incentive to do development. But I think whenever the city enters into those, they should have something more gotten back than what's been put forward here. And there should be an affordable element to this. If it's a market rate project, it should either be able to stand on its own for the market. If there's city funds put in, then there should be some level of affordability considered for that. That's what I'd like to ask you to consider tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
You ready for your...
Yeah, I guess we're ready for the ordinance on second reading.
Okay. Your first item on second reading is ordinance 2015-17, a bill for an ordinance amending chapters 1502 and 1510 and cross-references of the Longmont Municipal Code regarding development review procedures. And we do not have a formal staff presentation on this. Don Burchett is here with his presentation from from 2 weeks ago or last meeting that he can bring up again if he needs to.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to. Plus, I didn't see you strike anyone on the list, so could you wait till, I think it's going to be a short meeting to second call public invited heard? Sorry.
There wasn't any parking. I made the mistake of driving.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
We do not have a formal staff presentation, but Don Burchett is here to address questions.
Is there any questions from council before I open this up for public hearing? I'll now open this for public hearing. Ordinance 2015-17. Is there anybody who'd like to speak on this ordinance at this time? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on ordinance 2015-17. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would like to move passage of ordinance 2015-17.
Okay, let's vote. Councilmember Lawson, do you have any comment before we vote?
Thank you, Mayor. I think that in our previous discussions of this chapter, the Land Development Code, we did talk about the scope of notice on projects, and I think we have something coming up later on that is really had only had the 750-foot notice or notice to a neighborhood, but it's in the major entryway point of the city of Longmont. And so, while there is discretion built into this update, I think that, we should have maybe had a larger notice zone on that piece of property as well that we're going to be deciding on because it's a gateway entrance. So I'm just pointing that out that we need to be aware that on these major gateway entrances, we sometimes don't get the public input we might want to have.
Councilmember Baldwin.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. And on behalf of the City Council, I would like to invite anyone in the city who would like to appeal that project to come forward and do so, because they're legally entitled. That was sarcasm.
Okay, let's vote. Okay, that passes 7-0.
Your next item is the consent agenda. Item 9A is ordinance 2015-18, a bill for an ordinance amending the Title II of Longmont Municipal Code by adding Chapter 2.99 on administrative civil penalties. Public hearing and second reading is scheduled for March 31st. Item 9B is ordinance 2015-19, a bill for an ordinance approving the concept plan amendment and the land use amendment to the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan for the Copper Peak Apartments, generally located north of Park Ridge Avenue and east of Main Street. Public hearing and second reading is scheduled for March 31st. Item 9C is ordinance 2015-20, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the vacation of 2 easements on Lot 1, Block 1, Hover West 4th Filing, that's generally located south of 3rd Avenue Place and west of Hover Street. Public hearing second reading is scheduled for March 31st. Item 9D is resolution R 2015-13 approving redevelopment and reimbursement agreement for the Butterball redevelopment Phase 1 project. Item 9E is resolution 2015-14 approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Longmont Downtown Development Authority for support and services. Item 9F is resolution 2015-15 approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city, Boulder County, and Great Outdoors Colorado for an amendment to the Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions on the Forestburg property. Item 9G is resolution 2015-16 approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and Weld County for road maintenance. Item 9H is resolution 2015-17 authorizing an agreement between the city and Greenhead Ventures LLC and Semco LLC for the purchase of real property for the State Highway 119 pedestrian underpass project. Item 9I is resolution 2015-18 authorizing an agreement between the city and Red Clay LLC for the purchase of real property for the State Highway 119 pedestrian underpass project. Item 9J is resolution 2015-19 authorizing the city of Longmont to lease the real property known as 116 South Main to Internet Brokers Incorporated. Item 9K is a resolution approving it's 2015-20, approving the agreement for delegation of activities between the city and Guarantee Bank and Trust Company for its microloan program for flood recovery. Item 9L is resolution 2015-21, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the State of Colorado Department of Transportation for a high visibility DUI enforcement grant. And item 9M is asking for legislative positions of support on House Bill 1024 concerning increasing the number of students enrolled in preschool, a position of support on Senate Bill 15183 concerning the quantification of historical consumptive use of a water right. And staff would like to pull items 9A and 9D for staff presentations.
Councilmember Lawson.
I'd like to pull 9B, please.
So that's A, B, and D. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'd like to move the consent agenda minus A, B, and D.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote.
Go away. I messed it up.
Hang on.
Start. I forgot to start.
That passes 7-0.
Mayor Coombs and members of council, Joni Marsh, Planning and Development Services Director. And this evening I'm standing in for John Clark as he's not able to be here this evening. So, and Shannon Stadler, who's our Code Enforcement Supervisor, is also here with me regarding item 9A, which is a bill for an ordinance amending Title II of the Municipal Code on administrative orders. And I know that John and Shannon were up before you probably a month, 6 weeks ago at a study session to go over this item. You had some feedback. That feedback, we took that back, did some more work, and then actually rewrote this ordinance so it was a little bit more in keeping with the current ordinance we have as it pertains to administrative orders as we apply them to stormwater discharge and code enforcement issues, so that it looks similar, acts similar, has the same review process, so it keeps it simple. And either Shannon or I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding what we've provided tonight. We also provided you with some numbers and information that we gathered from other communities, how they're using administrative penalties, how often they're actually getting those appeals that go to a hearing officer, which frankly in our taking a look at other communities was fairly infrequent. And also we provided you with an example in our packet that kind of gives you a history of a particular property and some of the issues that have been ongoing with the property that serves as an example of how some of the administrative order components could help in those types of cases to resolve things more quickly and sooner and without a 5-year time period perhaps going on and on and on. And we also provided you with some flowcharts on the current code enforcement processes for code violations, and then also our criminal prosecution route that we have, and then how the civil prosecution process would work. And broke those out in 3 different sets so you could kind of see them and not get them all jumbled together. And for the hearing officer component, we also refer back to the existing section of the code, which is Chapter 2.98, as to how that would be assigned a hearing officer, which basically is the city manager assigning a hearing officer that would not be a city staff member to those appeals. And that is the final attachment with this packet this evening. So both Shannon and I are here, and I'm going to probably defer to Shannon on many of those things because she does this every day and also can give you some good estimates of what she actually sees in the field and how this actually works, and has, I think, the experience of being at the city for a while to know how often this will or won't be used. But we do certainly see it as an additional tool that code enforcement could use. And with that, we'll answer any questions.
Councilmember Christensen.
I think that these flowcharts are very helpful. And do you give these to people when there's a problem? Because it would help them to see what their options are.
We don't give them the flowcharts. We do basically the process is explained in the notice of violation that they get. Okay. It kind of starts out, here's what's wrong. Here's how long you have to fix it, and here's the consequences if you don't. So
okay,
it's all explained in writing.
Okay. Are most of these issues a small number of people with the persistent problem, or are they kind of all over the place?
I would characterize it as a small number of people. In the council communication that I prepared or helped prepare here, you can see that the vast majority of people comply with the notices that they get. Out of 4,000 cases that we did in 2014, we only ended up writing 7 summonses to court, to the municipal court. So it's a very small percentage of people that we have to take that extra step of enforcement with. And one thing that I wanted to, I hope we clarified it, is we don't intend to be out fining people all the time. The civil penalty process would just give us an additional way of ramping up enforcement with the people that we don't have a way of doing any other thing. I mean, the example I gave you in your packet is a really good example because you've got an out-of-state landlord, you've got a tenant, you've got continual summonses to court, and okay, what do we do now? So if we added a fine to the case and sent the fine to the out-of-state property owner, maybe that would be a little more incentive, but it's really just adding another tool to our toolbox of enforcement, which, as you can tell from our statistics, is not real heavy-handed at all.
Well, this does seem like a good idea because it's something that doesn't get used very often, but sometimes you need an extra tool to deal with something like this.
Well, and to be fair, we have been using this civil penalty process in our stormwater violations for probably 5 to 6 years already, and it's a useful tool, and it helps us get compliance, without taking people to court and worrying about whether they're going to get sent to jail and all that stuff. So,
Councilmember Levison?
And really the point is to get compliance here, isn't it?
Correct. Yes. And like I said, as you can tell from our statistics, the vast majority of people do what we ask them to. And they usually do it within what I consider a short amount of time we originally give them. We usually give most people 10 days to comply. And the vast majority of the people do that. And if they need more time, they can always call us, ask more time. We work with people. It's these anomalies where people just aren't going to do anything or don't care about doing anything, that we have to go to that extra level.
And as a former neighborhood leader of a non-HOA neighborhood, I used to get very frequent phone calls. In fact, one particular incident, was one of those nuisance properties that had been a nuisance for quite a while. And everyone in the neighborhood was quite frustrated, and I think having a process where you do have this kind of structure fine will get people's attention. The other thing is I think you have to balance this with the impact on adjacent property owners. What is someone going to lose the value of their property, especially if you happen to live next door or own the property next door to this one nuisance property? If you happen to need to put that property up for sale, what would be the impact, and then creating maybe a false negative in comparables in a neighborhood that could spread with the comps for a quarter of a mile and affect many people's property value. So I thank you for putting some structure in place that helps protect property values as well, especially the non-HOA neighborhoods. And a lot of neighbors don't, once they know it, they're living next door to a problem tenant, with an absentee landlord, they don't really want to encounter those people because they don't really seem to have an interest in keeping up a property. So some people feel quite threatened to approach that neighbor. And I know you guys do a lot of that back behind the scenes work to get people to understand what they need to do if they're a tenant to keep the property.
I don't see any further questions, so I'll move Ordinance 2015-18.
Thank you.
Let's vote. Okay, that passes 7-0.
Second item was the ordinance 2015-19, and Aaron Fosdick is here to address questions.
Okay, that was approved by Sarah. So, Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So I know that we have substantial, well, we have okay, I guess, guidance from the comprehensive plan for the approval of this project. However, I'm really disturbed with the fact that we are recreating something that we found fault in when the Mill Village project out there on 3rd and 119 was done in the past where it was kind of a one-off residential, next to some commercial. So I'm actually quite disturbed that we're doing this again with the copper mill property. And I'm also concerned that there's no neighborhood, no attachment to the rest of the city of this project. And so how would anyone in any of these apartments feel that they belong in Longmont, where they're not really they're part of a commercial neighborhood. They're not part of a residential neighborhood. So can you tell me what the nexus is for creating a neighborhood that's not even got a connection with any other residential properties around it?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Levison. That's not one of our review criteria that we evaluate projects on. I will say that this piece is part of a larger concept plan, as you see in your packet, that was originally conceived of as retail and commercial. So the remaining would be retail and commercial. I think that the applicant, who will be here obviously on second reading and can probably speak more to how they feel they'll blend in with the existing neighborhood, does feel that this is a good site. We'll have the proximity to the park and ride, which may enable the residents to connect via transit to the community. I think there's also the retail piece with the Walmart and some of the restaurants along Main. The Longmont Tech Center planned neighborhood planning area with open space purchases over the years has less and less residential. There isn't a lot of City of Longmont development north of 66 currently, but there are two neighborhoods within our planning area that we would anticipate, based on the comprehensive plan, to have additional residential in the future. So, I think that as this area develops, there could be additional steps taken to connect this project if approved. If the land use amendment is approved, and then ultimately they go through the rest of the process to connect to the rest of the community.
And are you talking about the Puma development that's further, that the stuff that was annexed quite a few years ago that never quite got it off the ground for mixed use along Highway 66? Yes, along Highway 66 north of Highway 66, but west of 287. Is that what you were referring to?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Levison, there are properties that are part of the State Highway 66 mixed-use corridor. Some of them are annexed, some are not, but there are residential components within that framework master plan. I think with the addition of, some connections to the south, there's obviously a relatively large residential area or areas to the south of Highway 66, so there may be opportunities to connect those areas north. You'll recall in the parks master plan, there's a potential future recreation site in this general area that could provide an additional connection and neighborhood opportunities. So I think there's some ways that potentially this area could be integrated, while not maybe sitting directly next to a single family neighborhood, which, if I recall, was part of the issue, I think, with Mill Village. So I think, again, not to speak for the applicant, but I think that they felt that this might be a better site in that regard, which I understand is a concern of yours, and I'll certainly pass along to them so they can probably speak a little bit more eloquently to kind of what their thoughts are about that.
Well, what I was thinking is the original Mill Village, townhouses, single-family homes, was really that anomaly that when we were talking about some other projects in that area, was really an anomaly that we approved that was kind of a one-off. And we said, oh, this was a terrible mistake and we shouldn't repeat it. And yet it seems like we're repeating it again, in this situation. The other thing that really bothers me is that there is a whiff of affordable housing, but no affordable housing for anybody who would be working at Walmart 40 hours a week. And so when we're trying to make this connection of, employment and housing, I think that, it's a little tenuous here again. And then the last part that I am very concerned about is that with the original Walmart siting and the promise of the RTD park-in ride, RTD has really no plans, and I see that in their letter, to commit to building that park and ride. Plus, right now, a lot of those buses that leave directly to Denver go from the north side of the King Supers down there. And this, while I know there is a bus route that runs to the Super Walmart, you know, it would be a very long way for someone to walk from this development down more than half a mile to catch a regional bus that's going to, you know, take them to Denver or to other employment centers in a timely manner. So I'm really uncomfortable about approving this on first reading.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I just want to point out it's got a Panda Express, KFC, A&W Hamburger, and Walmart. You got to build. But that's just, I mean, what else do you want besides KFC and fast food and Walmart? And if I smoke pot, there's a pot store right across the street. Okay. So so in all seriousness, I'm speaking tongue in cheek, but I mean, there's never a good place to build. You know, I mean, we all have our opinions on what's good, what's bad. The problem with this particular developer building before was that we didn't want to build next to people, next to neighborhoods. Now we're saying that, or at least you're saying, and I'm not dissing you at all, I'm just giving an opposing viewpoint, Councilmember Levison, love you to death. But now the argument could be made that, oh, we're too far away. I think that, I mean, capitalism is a great thing, and if there's somebody who wants to buy land and they want to build, so long as it meets, you know, the requirements set by code, I think we should consider allowing them. I don't necessarily agree. I don't recall ever, you know, us making a decision, or I certainly didn't feel that Mill Village was a disaster or a mistake. I think it's looking good. Just pick it. Keep it up.
Looking great.
Yeah, looking great. I think that I also think that when you're looking at entryways into a city, I mean, I think the only thing that we might all agree on is it's really great to have open space, but it's either going to be commercial, retail, or residential, none of which is particularly beautiful. If they're mansions, we'd complain that we're building for the rich. If it was affordable housing, we'd complain that it's ugly. I think that we need affordable housing. And I had an economic professor back in college that would always say, you know, you can always argue economics with cornflakes and milk. And if everybody here was thirsty and hungry and we had one jar of milk, that jar of milk would go for an insane amount of price, just an insane price, a large amount of money. But if we had thousands of gallons of milk and everybody was thirsty or well quenched or whatever, the price of milk would decrease. The way to fix the affordable housing problem is to build more apartments. And I think we've got Mill Village going in. We have Roosevelt going in. I was talking with Cotton Burton the other day, and even he was joking that we were a little bit cocky, I think is his word, on our pricing. Because when they first planned the development, prices were way up here. Now prices have come down here. And I talked to Mr. Pickett. Mr. Pickett's going to find that the prices that he wants are probably going to come down. We heard that we're talking about the development, Brian Baird and his 150 project. We're going to see that those apartments are going to make things come down lower. If we have Copper Mill coming in, they'll even go lower. And I would argue that what better place to live than next door to Walmart if you work at Walmart. I just think that if there's somebody who owns the land that wants to put money in, and there's people that are willing to live there, and it will help fix our affordable housing problem, I say we let them build.
Councilmember Moore. Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I do have some concerns as well. We're taking commercial property out of use permanently, property that could generate revenue in the long term. The applicant, as it's stated, that Longmont has a need for 900 units, and we currently have about 1,000 in the pipeline. So I really question whether this needs to happen at this time. But I just want to bring the concern up that removing this property permanently from our commercial and revenue-producing land to residential, which requires city services and costs more than it really brings in property taxes, is something we should consider.
So I think we need to hear more from the applicant moving forward and find out exactly why the experts figure this is a good spot versus, and taking away commercial property versus just not even entering the housing conversation, but just putting it into not dollars and cents long term for Longmont, taking it out of the regional commercial district.
Well, I think we should move this thing forward to second reading just to give the applicant a chance to talk about his project. We don't, just because we make a decision to move it to second reading doesn't mean that we're for or against it, but I think that we need to get all the information, so I think we should pass first reading on this thing. I think it's a good project. I think we need housing for people in the mall to live in, people up there. There's such a shortage of apartments in this city. It's a problem we need to solve, and I kind of agree with Brian. When we start building more and more apartments, it's going to bring the rental prices back down to where people can afford them. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Aaron, has there been any commercial interest in this piece of property before? Let's get it right. Copper Peak had interest.
Mayor Coombs.
Well, sorry, one second. Some people are saying it's now called Copper Peak. Yes, it was going to be Copper Mill when council voted it down, and now since they've moved locations, it's called Copper Peak.
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Santos, that is correct. And, I think we talked about this at Planning Commission. Don can correct me if I'm wrong, but since this property was originally annexed when Walmart came into the city, and we've had no applications for commercial development. I should note that the applicant is proposing this for 12 acres of the roughly 37 acres, so there still is some relatively large areas that could accommodate additional commercial users and still, based on our analysis, meet the intent of the original regional commercial designation. So they're not planning on taking the entire regional commercial area that's remaining north of Walmart.
And if I remember correctly, when this was Copper Mill, at that time council was concerned about it, as you mentioned, was being next to another apartment complex, Mill Village, and then also the homes that are currently there, the townhomes and things of that nature. And also recall that the builder at the time said, we will try to find a location in Longmont that is suitable to build this type of housing. So that's just a comment. So I move ordinance 2015-19.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wilson?
Yes, I'd like to just make sure that we get the developer to tell us where kids are going to find their friends to play. How are they going to get to that play date? Where are they going to get to a park? How are they going to get to a park safely? And we're like not even caring to meet our standard about, a family having public space that they can go to and be part of encountering other people. All of the recreation is going to be on-site and private. And I just want to know, how are we going to do this? Plus, I think even though the school district said that they can accommodate kids in the schools, we haven't even looked at and the school district never did comment on the amount of additional cost to bus these kids. The 38, actually, I think there might be more than 38 students total. So I'd like to know, what other costs there are involved. They may not be belonging to the city, but certainly there'll be additional use of roads. And the neighborhood had indicated some safety concerns about, coming in and out of that intersection. And then to the last point about the remaining commercial development, if this project is successful and goes through and it's successful, then the next chunk of land will fall for another chunk of acreage because, nobody is going to want to do commercial there. And it'll just be this domino effect. And again, we're just kind of creating a one-off pod neighborhood. And I think that it's really not good planning. at all. So I'm not going to vote to send this on.
Okay, let's vote. Okay, that passes 5-2 with Councilmember Levison and Christensen dissenting.
Mayor Coombs, your next item is the resolution 2015-13 approving the redevelopment and reimbursement agreement for Butterball, and David Starnes will make a presentation.
Yeah. You know what? Could we take like a 5-minute break and then start it?
Yeah.
Which one are we doing? D?
Do you have a video?
No.
What are you grinning at? Big goof.
Well, it's not me being a goof.
We're gonna be out here by 9.
Maybe.
Just jinxed it. Probably should. Watch.
I'm sure somebody's got a 15-minute backtrack or whatever.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, Member of Council, David Starnes, Redevelopment and Revitalization Manager for the City of Longmont. So tonight I'm here to present a redevelopment agreement for the redevelopment of the Phase 1 Butterball property. Hopefully this is the last picture we'll be seeing of Main Street here. I think in a week or two, that piece of the former Butterball plant will be coming down. So I'm going to kind of walk through a couple major components. One is outlining kind of what the Phase 1 area is that we're contemplating tonight for the redevelopment agreement. Two, kind of go through some of the guiding principles that's been guiding us from the city perspective in terms of entering into this potential partnership. Talk about the concept plan. I won't dwell too much on that because Brian Baer, the representative from the ownership and development entity, is here tonight, and he'll be giving a follow-up presentation more specific to his property and what he's contemplating following my presentation. I'll walk you through the kind of key elements of the agreement. Since it's a 30-page document, I want to point out some of the major pieces there for consideration. And I'll kind of go over some of the numbers, and this is the kind of the fiscal impact of the project at build out for Phase 1, as well as what the potential city return on investment is in terms of this partnership of city investment versus city revenue. So just kind of an update on the status. The developer purchased the project back in May 2014. In June 2014, City Council enacted an ordinance basically to allow for the reallocation of the water and sewer capacity from the 150 main plant site to the other Butterball parcels. And I'll get into more details of this in my presentation, but it has an important consideration in terms of potential values. The developer began demolition of the plant in December 2014. We're hoping he'd be finished in a couple weeks here. At the same time, he's also actively engaging in leasing of some of the existing parcels. One of those being Woodby Brewing, which is leasing about 10,000 square feet at 209 Emery Street for a brewery and tap room. That's moving through the city process right now in terms of approvals, and they're expected to open in the summer of 2015. And then the developer submitted his initial site plan in February. We've had many staff meetings with him and his development team to kind of work through his project. So it's currently in city review, and we're making good progress on the Phase 1 150 main site. So here's a kind of a aerial of what we're talking about tonight. So the area in yellow is actually all the Butterball properties, the former Butterball properties. That's a total of about 27.5 acres. What's before you tonight in terms of this Phase 1 agreement is the area highlighted in red. And it's basically 3 properties. It's the 150 main site where the main plant is, and the 2 parcels north of 2nd Avenue. And because of the intricacies of addressing, some of them have multiple addresses, and we've gone through a readdressing process with him, given that there's separate buildings in there and different tenants. The one on the west side of Emery is what we call 202 Kimbark, 218 Kimbark, and 209 Emery Street. The property on the east side of Emery on the north of 2nd Avenue is the old granary building. That's 320 2nd Avenue. And a smaller, about 3,000 square foot yellow building, 1 story, and that's called 210 Emery. And so for the Phase 1 agreement, we're talking about a 9.4 acre site. And that's the agreement that's before you tonight for this potential public-private partnership. So really the main guiding principle for this area has been the First and Main Transit Station and Revitalization Plan that Council adopted back in June 2012. And this has really been the guiding document that laid out the vision for this area. And it's in, looking at the potential location of the RTD station down at First and Main, and then reinvestment and land use and a vision for reinvestment in this area around the train station. They went through a significant public process. A consultant was hired and guided us through a process that looked at, what the vision of the community was for this area. It contemplated a mix of residential and commercial uses. It contemplated a transit station. It also outlined some strategies that the city could take in terms of facilitating reinvestment, and one of those was rezoning. And so last year, the city rezoned the entire First and Main area to mixed use, and the intent of this was to attract and make the area more adaptable to higher intensive uses that will be more complementary with the First and Main area, with downtown, with the extension of the River District and the River Corridor study that we're going on. Because this is an area of change. It's a challenging area, and this mixed-use zoning really has set the framework and was one of the key reasons that this particular developer was interested in this property because of the vision we laid forth. So, as we saw earlier tonight, the city is making significant investment in public improvements. The focus on South Main is a critical piece to the redevelopment of the Butterball properties. And you heard about the Main Street reinvestment or repaving, the bridge, Dickens Park. All these things are really critical that I think the city is showing a lot of aptitude in laying the groundwork to attract private sector's investment, like Mr. Baer and his development team tonight. And with this private investment, we expect this will be one of the largest, if not the largest, redevelopment project in this part of town, in downtown, in recent memory. It's a $66 million project that has the potential to bring about significant change. And this redevelopment project is consistent with the First and Main plan that was adopted by council back in 2012 that contemplated a mix of uses. The proposal that the developer is proposing is a mixed-use development with commercial and residential uses that is hoped to jumpstart redevelopment in this area as well. So just I want to quickly go through some of the existing conditions, and Brian will talk about this in a little bit, but this is a challenging area for redevelopment. There's been a lack of significant investment in this area from the private side for a long time. It's blighting conditions, vacant 280,000 square foot former Turkey Butterball property sat vacant, luckily not too long, but it did sit vacant, and there's instances in the city where other buildings can stay vacant for a much longer time. And so having a developer that's interested in and willing to take the risk to invest in something like this is been very positive. The railroad tracks and the train noise are problematic. I mean, it's something that's not uncommon to Longmont. Same thing that's happening in Boulder and Lafayette and Louisville. You have trains running through there. But something that we'll be addressing tonight as part of the potential city investment at First and Emory, which I'll talk about shortly. And as Brian probably mentioned too, it's not a proven area for residential. He'll be the first one in, really providing residential and commercial opportunities in this location that's been challenged. And as I mentioned, it's because he's first one in, it's a high development risk. And because of that, we're looking at this potential public-private partnership. And one of the reasons why I think it's important to note is because of the city's interest in the focus on South Main is really laying the groundwork for this redevelopment. And the financial gap, because of the challenges associated with the unproven, untested market, it represents a significant development risk. So I won't go into details on this. I know Brian will speak to this. But this is kind of the redevelopment concept plan of the Phase 1 properties. Again, it's the 3 parcels. 150 Main, you can see where the plant used to be. Contemplate about 300 multifamily units along with 10,000 square feet of commercial. The 2 parcels on the north side is reuse of the existing buildings. That's the old granary, as well as where Whitby Brewing will be on what's called Site 7 here. It's about 1.5 acres. So the kind of the benefits and what we're looking at for this project, as I mentioned, is going to be, hope, and we think it's going to be a significant catalyst for the First and Main area. It would be the first significant reinvestment in this portion of our downtown, with the exception of Cheese Imported, which has been a great asset to this part of downtown in terms of attracting and bringing lots of people. This, we think, will help continue that investment from the private side. It adds new vibrancy and connectivity to the area. One of the things that's challenging, and we think that this project will really help improve connectivity between downtown and the river and the Dickens Farm Park. And the enhancements that the developer is proposing in terms of streetscape and walkability and pedestrian orientedness, I think will help really stretch the downtown further south. It's a challenge going from 3rd to 2nd, you go down that hill, and this project really will be a destination to bring additional people who live there, but up the main street and also down as well. It provides new residential and commercial options. As I mentioned, about 300 plus residential units for the first phase. and about 10,000 square feet or so of commercial. Actually, as it's retail space, it's about 25,000 square feet of total commercial space, and consider the reuse of the old granary, which we're projecting about 200 plus jobs. It strengthens the First and Mary's economic base, and because of this, what I call the base value is not very high because it's pretty much a vacant building. We expect there'll be new retail and commercial offerings. The developer is outreaching now to potential businesses to occupy the space, and we hope there's going to be spin-off impacts. Because of this reinvestment, the other adjacent property owners and some who I've already spoken with are really waiting to see how this thing plays out, because they're looking at redevelopment of their property, whereas they otherwise wouldn't have before. But because of the First and Main plan that we adopted, and because of this catalyst project, we expect there to be some significant spin-off impacts to the city. So I'm going to kind of walk through the major elements of this agreement that's before you tonight. One, it's a three-party agreement. It's between the City of Longmont, the Longmont Downtown Development Authority, and PFP Longmont Holdings 1 LLC, and that's the owner. The development schedule for the phase 1 is up to 5 years. Depends on the timing, but as I mentioned, his site plan for 150 Main is in now. He hopes to break ground, I think, later this year. So 20 to 22 month construction schedule. Then after that, he'll start on the other parcel. The concept plan, as per the agreement, outlines no less than 200 units of multifamily and no less than 7,500 square feet of commercial ground floor commercial space. As I mentioned, right now in his site plan submissions, about 300 units of residential and about 10,000 square feet of commercial space just at 150 Main. The two parcels north of 2nd Avenue, it's renovating or redeveloping the existing space with no less than 15,000 square feet of commercial space. And as part of this agreement, and this is something the developer has done elsewhere, but we're asking him to use best efforts to provide such space, particularly the old granary building, as collaborative office space. You probably heard about Longmont and the renovation of the old Times Call building. It's something we're seeing more and more up and down the Front Range of these kind of incubator spaces. And we think, I think the old granary building would be a nice kind of co-working space that can provide entrepreneurship opportunities for businesses and individuals to kind of be co-located in a shared space with other people. So the construction and renovation and the improvements in terms of the schedule, 150 Main, the vertical construction to commence no later than 1 year from the date of agreement. We're expecting that to occur much earlier, given his schedule to date, and scheduled to take about 20 to 22 months. Then after that, the redevelopment and reuse of the Emory and 2nd Avenue parcels to commence on or before December 2018 and to be completed by December 2020. You expect significant renovation costs associated with the old granary building. If you've been there, it's an old building. It's been open to the elements for a long, long time, so it won't be an insignificant cost to renovate that thing to be attractive and to attract tenants in that building. The development cost for 150 Main is approximately $60 million, and the renovation of the other parcels on the north side of 2nd Avenue is about $6.5 million, so a total about $66.5 million private sector investment. What's before you as part of the redevelopment agreement, and I'll walk through these individually, but it's about a $2.05 million city investment, and that's broken out as follows. $1.25 million for the demolition and cleanup, up to $500,000 for the public improvements for First and Emory and the railroad, and up to $300,000 was the estimated value of the reallocation of the water taps from 150 Main to the other parcels within the Phase 1 property. The LDDA board has voted on this, I believe it was a couple weeks ago, for their approval of their piece. It's estimated at $1.7 million, and the total estimated public funds is $3.75 million. So to kind of walk you through the city investment. So basically, the redevelopment credits for the water sewer capacity, which has already been the ordinance has been approved back in June 2014. It would allow for the historical water uses at the main Butterball plant. When that thing was producing, they had 2 4-inch water taps. It will allow from that original plant to be, and allow a portion of that water capacity to be allocated to the other former Butterball parcels. And we've estimated, because it hasn't been done yet, but it's once depending on the nature and the uses that the developer needs, for the Phase 1 properties is about $300,000. And as I mentioned, this is the agreement before you tonight is for Phase 1, and so because this is only 9 acres out of 27, there's multiple phases to this project, and so to take advantage of the reallocated water on the future parcels, the use of this reallocated water will be subject to council review, based on a review of the concept plans and consistency with the first and main plan. So basically, you'll have another shot to see what the concept plans are for these future phases, for approval and use of these reallocation capacity. And we estimate for this kind of phase 2 and phase 3 properties about another $1.75 million. So as you can see, the 2 4-inch water taps have a lot of value. Back in the day, when it was running at full capacity, it was a lot of water running through that plant. And because of that, we're taking that capacity and just reallocating to the other parcels to facilitate the redevelopment of those other parcels. Next piece, demolition and cleanup costs. The reimbursement will be up to $1.25 million to be used towards demolition and cleanup costs. And we've broken this up 2 ways. One is up to $1.1 million can be allocated towards the 150 main plant, the main Butterball plant. And of that, it would be reimbursed as follows: 60% upon completion of demolition, 20% upon start of construction, commencement of vertical construction of 150 main, and then 20% upon completion of construction of 150 main. And then the balance could be applied. The developer is eligible to receive reimbursement of any dollars remaining under the 1.25 for demolition and cleanup of other former Butterball properties. And this can occur only when demolition and cleanup of 150 main is completed, and once the developer commences renovation of the old granary building on 2nd Avenue on the east side of Emory. So the other major piece of this is the impact to the railroad and the First and Emory intersection. Because of this project, you're impacting the railroad, and it's not an insignificant cost. Right now, we've estimated it could be anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million. As part of our public-private partnerships, the city will contribute 50% of the cost for the design and installation of any required public improvements, and this includes pedestrian and vehicular, along Emory Street, basically from the property line to First Avenue within the railroad right-of-way, including the intersection of Emory Street and First Avenue. And this is important because these can also be system-wide improvements that are needed to, frankly, make the area more safe for pedestrians, those that want to maybe access Dickens Park and connect south, and also requirements by the railroad in terms of, the gates and the crossings. The city participation will be up to $500,000, and the owner will be responsible for the other 50%. So we're going through the design process right now. We haven't got the costs finalized, but as part of this agreement is if the costs to the city and the owner exceed $500,000 each, then we, both the city and owner, we agree to discuss the allocation of additional funds for additional costs, because it could go up, it could go down. We just don't know until the consultant finalizes the cost estimate for this. And what this buys you basically are public improvements. This includes the installation of roadway and sidewalk improvements, crossing protection, and a traffic signal at the intersection of First and Emory. And Dale's here too. If you really want to ask some specific public works questions in terms of what this looks like, I think he'd be happy to maybe take a crack at that as well. The other things I wanted to point out too are, in terms of the city, are what our code currently allows for incentives, rebates, and credits. And this really comes into play for redevelopment projects where something is coming down and something new is rising up from its ashes. And there's a couple major things, and these are fee waivers and credits and rebates that are currently allowed by code. One is a waiver of the public building community investment fee. And code currently stipulates that if there's a mixed-use project located within the DDA that's at least 1 acre in size, that has at least 50 residential units and 10,000 square feet of commercial, that is eligible for a waiver of this fee. Because it's an infill project, the project is also eligible for a rebate of the TCAF, the Transportation Community Investment Fee. And because this is a redevelopment and this can apply anywhere in the city, it's eligible to receive any existing credits of the water and sewer development fee, as well as the electric community investment fee as well. So, we don't know what these fees are. The fees are only known when a building permit is pulled. We've estimated, based on the preliminary kind of site plan, it's about $1.2 million for these fee waivers, credits, and rebates that would be rebated back to the developer. So quickly too, in terms of the authority investment, they provided authorized a retail incentive grant up to $100,000, a residential incentive grant not to exceed $20,000. They're also eligible to receive what we call the Downtown Incentive Program, DIP, which is basically a reimbursement of their of certain fees when they come for eligible costs. And then a facade improvement program grant, which is essentially the TIP, and that's not to exceed $730 for eligible facade improvement costs. So this table here kind of shows the breakdown of the development project sources and uses. About 65% of the $66 million project comes from bank financing. That's debt from, a loan from the bank for the developer. Owner's equity is about 29%, and the city/LDDA incentives, nearly 6% of the total cost. So this hard table to see, but it kind of outlines what we estimate the fiscal impact of this phase 1 project would be. And over a 20-year period, and again, this is just phase 1. This is just the 9 acres of the 27 acres. Based on the real property tax generated on site and the sales tax generated by on site, as well as spin-off from new residents living in Longmont, making some assumptions about they make a certain proportion of their expenditures in Longmont, it's about $5.5 million. About 240 jobs and about 339 households. In addition to the city impacts, there's impacts to the other taxing entities, and over a 20-year period, it's about $21 million. And this, gets broken out in terms of the state of Colorado gets income tax, the county, the school district, they all get, property tax, as well as a portion, actually nearly $1 million, is allocated to the LDDA TIF since this property is in the existing TIF area. So, kind of the last piece I wanted to highlight too is what we wanted to do in terms of, for your consideration is, a lot of times you get asked the questions, what's the city's return on investment? If we invest in this, what do we get back in return? It's a challenging thing to do because, you have to make some assumptions about how the project's going to build out and look like. But if you just look at this, and one way to do it is just to look at what the city's/LDA's investment is percent of the total cost. It's about 3% for just the city. 1.75 million or 2.05 million divided by 66 million is about 3%. If you look at the city ROI, return on investment, it's about 2.7. And that's the 5.5 million over 20 years and tax revenue coming directly back to us, divided by our initial investment of 2.05 million. Because this is a new residential project, it's going to have an impact to the city, to the services. And this is probably the hardest thing to do. In terms of trying to estimate what that kind of what we call net ROI would be. What's that net impact? Because if you're building, housing units for 330 units, presumably there's going to be some impact to public safety, to community services in terms of, servicing these new residents. So, based on the best available information, I spoke with the fire and police as well as community services, came up with an estimate of what that impact would be, and then subtracted from the city revenue to get to that net impact. And that's the 3.5 million divided by the same 2.05, which is about a $1.7 million ROI. And that includes the city actually contribution to the LDDA TIF because a portion of our city's mill levy is going to the TIF to support, the LDDA investment. So with that, that's all I have in terms of my formal presentations. I'd be happy to take questions or turn it over to Brian. He wants to kind of give you an update on the project in terms of, what it looks like and so forth.
I just had one quick question. I was just curious, was it the Woodley Brewery? Is that going to be a primary employer type brewery or just a brew pub bar that basically manufactures beer for on-premise without exporting anything?
It's a good question. I don't know that. I don't know, Brian. Primary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Councilman Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I've got a couple of concerns that I want to either state or ask questions about to clarify. First of all, I think that, just going down my list, Section 6.9, I can see a problem where it says, the city's responsible for $50,000, they're responsible for $50,000 as far as the railroad access easements.
The 500,000, yeah.
And then it just says, well, if we hit 500,000, we'll just all work it out. Yeah. I'd like to work it out before we have to work it out. I can see, I know that Mr. Barrett has already said that, it's a concern that he wants that a quieter location. And so I just can picture some type of friction in the future that I would rather, negotiate now. We're never going to have a stronger position to negotiate from than right now, so I suggest we get it out of the way and figure it out. Two, I also think we need to get rid of, on the 6.13, we're promising the folks at 150 that we'll use best efforts to, get quiet zones from the federal government and work with them. I don't think that's true. I mean, reasonable efforts, but best efforts is a legal standard that goes way beyond what I think the city's willing to do. That's number two. Also, I guess my question is, and this is maybe a question for Mr. Baird, and why, okay, so we're approving an agreement that, in my mind, like, for example, the mall was not about building a new mall. It was convincing someone to get rid of our old mall that would allow opportunity. So I kind of looked at this the same way. Let's get rid of that Butterball plant. It's gone. 99% of my problem was that Butterball plant. Now it's gone. So my question is, all right, it's gone. So why did they demolish it before we had an agreement with them? That's the next question. So if we don't approve this, what happens? So that's a question.
Yeah.
So what happens if we don't approve this?
I'll let Brian, that's something I think Brian can talk about the financial gap.
Other than kill me.
I think he'll be able to address that.
Okay.
And
so just keep going down my list, or do you want to address that now?
Or do you want to do the presentation?
Are you going to do a presentation as well?
Yeah.
I'll be quiet. I'll reserve my other, or do you want to hear the issues so you want to hear them? Okay. Next, I would like to know, why not an affordable housing component? I think Mr. Pickett, Wendell, who was here earlier, I think he's coming from the standpoint of he built Mill Village without city help. If city help is going towards, helping the Butterball project, why not require them to have some type of affordable housing component? Give back to the community. That's another question you might be willing to answer. Also, I would like in the future, including this before second reading, I think the ROI is misleading because the $5.5 million, the $2.05 million is money we're paying now, and the $5.5 million is money that we're getting over 20 years. So there's a net present value component where even at like a discount rate of 6%, $1 today in 20 years is only worth like 30 cents. So if you take into a net present value component, that might be a loss. I'd like to know what's our return on investment. If it's only 2.7, what is it? What is it truly in today's dollars? So, and I don't expect you to have that off the top of your head, but I'd like to see that at second reading. Also, there is no second reading on this?
Resolution.
So then the LDDA, for example, that's their money, not city money, right?
Right.
Correct. So that the 100,000, the 20,000 have nothing to do with the city, good or bad. Okay, so I'll keep my mouth shut on that. And then that was pretty much it. Yeah, those are my issues. So, Mr. Baird, you can keep those in mind and address them as you talk.
Sure.
And you might as well go back. I'd like the ROI answer today then.
I guess, Councilmember Robinson, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Actually, I had the same question as Mr. Bagley, except I didn't have the right term as what was it, net present value. But I'm always concerned when we're projecting 20 years out, the value of the dollar in 20 years. Plus, we haven't looked at the accelerator factor in the cost of city staff and personnel. The police officers that need to be hired for 200 more residents or more, it's going to be more than one officer probably, and you have to look at the long-term costs, including pension and everything else, and build that into the factor of police and safety.
So actually I had a conversation with police about that, and based on the number of units, he gave me the kind of factor to use for the estimation, which was an all-in labor rate, and I included that in the calculation. So I did speak directly with Craig Earhart about that.
So is there a net difference though with difference between multifamily housing and single family?
So he says it's a tough question because it really depends on the type of housing, whether there's affordable component to that, the number of service calls. There's so many factors that come into this. It's hard to know at this point. It's almost you have to guesstimate. And so I think we were estimating maybe 3/4 or one staff, or for that particular project would be assigned, for that, because they have a ratio of number of uniformed officers per 1,000 people, and so that was kind of the ratio that they got to use for that.
So, but if our guesstimate is off 1%, then our ROI is off that 1% or more, especially if we look at the different factors in monetary value present to future. Yeah. So I'm just thinking, how much are we fudging the numbers here?
Well, I guess, my comment, one is, like the mall analysis, we were very conservative in our assumptions, in terms of, estimating the square feet, sales per square foot, growth in sales, was 1%. I assume no growth in property values. The one thing that's really hard to tell is, and I think it is a factor, is the spin-off impact of this. And I did not estimate what this could do to the adjacent properties in terms of property values and new reinvestment coming into this area that otherwise may not would occur because of this project. That would the city would benefit in terms of tax revenue. I think that should be part of the equation, frankly, but I just don't have an idea how to calculate that because it's a very challenging thing. But it's something I think is something that should be considered in the overall evaluation of what this could do to this First and Main area, in terms of benefiting fiscally the city, but also the community benefits as well in terms of it does increase access, new housing, new jobs. There's a lot of figures at play, and I'm thinking partly because this is what I used to do in my past life. As a consultant, I would work with municipalities and kind of estimate what we thought the fiscal impact would be, and it was frankly one of the hardest things to do because you do make assumptions about what you think it would be. You would like to go back and revisit sometimes how it shakes out higher or lower, but it's something that honestly is a very challenging thing. And based on my experience of looking at this, I ran through the numbers. I kept things as conservative as possible. But what I don't have is those spin-off benefits that I think do come into play.
Well, have we seen spin-off benefits already from cheese importers? We haven't really quite yet. We haven't seen a lot in retail. We really thought we would.
No, we haven't. I mean,
although everybody loves the business, that business in particular is going gangbusters.
Yeah, I mean, they've seen a tremendous benefit themselves because of the new location. But has it spun up to the other areas?
Yeah. And that's been in existence for, 3 years now. Yeah. So has our Catalyst project idea proved up in that location? And so what we're looking at, for this one too. Just something to think about.
So any questions about maybe,
Okay, I have a couple questions. Because this has been split up into several different phases,
yes.
Does this, if we agree to the private-public partnership, does that extend to the other phases as well?
No,
it's just for this one?
Just for this phase.
Okay. Okay, I was also looking at, you don't predict any jobs after the first year, and I appreciate that's a pretty conservative thing. That's for construction, but actually, the retail areas around there, the brewery, the retail areas and the things, I think those will, not a large number maybe, but, those should be fairly decent jobs, and there's maintenance and property management. I think there'll be some jobs.
Yeah. I mean, I did not do a construction impact analysis. The other piece is you estimate how many construction jobs are created and what's the economic and fiscal impact of that. I didn't do that for this project.
250 jobs?
Those are kind of the ongoing annual jobs that are there at at build out. So once the brewery is in place, once the co-working space, the renovation of the existing building, the developer is proposing ground for a commercial space along Main Street, some retail, maybe some office, and so there's jobs that are being created there. Those are those jobs.
Oh, but it only listed them for the first year.
Well, yeah, that's the way it was listed. I mean,
it's
you're right. It shouldn't have said 1 year. Those are kind of on the annual basis.
Oh, all right. I understand. Okay, that's good, I think, The other thing is, I do agree. I agree with what Mr. Pickett said, that I don't agree with giving public money to favor one developer over another. However, this really is a different and it's a huge project. There is a huge amount of risk. It's a very difficult site, and it has the potential to really change the town in a very positive way. So in this case, I really do agree with a public-private partnership. I think, especially spread out with LDDA, I think it's a very positive thing for the city.
Thank you.
Councilmember Worley. Thank you, Mayor Coombs. And something dawned on me, and this is what we were chatting about. Question for staff. By the way, I'm for the project, Brian. I believe in getting the brutal facts out and getting this out now so we can actually have a successful project. So don't strangle me too soon. But the other thing is, Buzz, I don't know your last name. What is your name, sir? The gentleman right there with the U. Clyde Yeager. Thank you. Buzz, Clyde, it's all the same. But so my understanding is that there is a concern, and I don't know to what extent that it's legitimate or not. My understanding is that there is a property owner, Mr. Yeager, and maybe others, I'm not sure, but he asked me, or he claims that there is an easement which private property owners have that the city is granting to the development that we don't have the authority to provide. Has the city been made aware of this particular issue? And have we looked into it?
Yes, and
What's the answer?
I'm going to look.
Update. That'd be. I mean, just let me.
I know Eugene might have. I don't know how much.
Us know. Sorry. Okay, just get back to us. All right. Thanks.
Councilmember Christensen. I forgot to add. I would like to see greater public benefit for this, if not in this phase, certainly in the others, in terms of affordable housing and perhaps a component for a Front Range Community College. Thank you.
Would you like Brian to come up?
Sure.
All right, let me get his PowerPoint ready. How about I get exit? No. I just hit that. Yeah, just right in there. What is that? Is that earlier? Because I didn't get right now. Just make it now today.
Good evening, Brian Baer with PFP Longmont Holdings, the ownership group of the Butterball properties. So I have three goals on my presentation in addition to addressing Councilman Bagley's questions. Wanted to give you a quick development update, which I've been doing regularly, and hopefully you've appreciated those and you like those today. It's going to be a little bit different because we've got some real renderings of the project that I haven't been able to show you before that get you excited about what we're doing on the new construction. Talk about the site and the elevations, and then just talk a little bit, it'll be a little bit redundant for David's presentation, but talk about the importance of the public-private partnership. And like I said, some of the items I'll go over he touched on, but I also want to embellish on some of those as well. So, and we'll address your questions as we go through. So on the development side, if you haven't seen what's going on there, then you're not driving around south part of downtown. But we're about 85% complete with demolition, and hopefully that front wall comes down soon. As you can see, they're starting to pin that wall and prepare to bring it in toward the site. So it's pretty exciting. If you haven't walked around the site, I would encourage it because it's kind of unique. I mean, it looks like a bomb went off. I mean, you just don't see demolition projects of this size very often, and so it's kind of neat to see it. David talked about the northwest corner of 2nd and Emory, and I know some of the properties are a little confusing as to what's in Phase 1 and what's not, but if you really look at that intersection of 2nd and Emory, that's sort of an important part of what we're doing moving forward, and I'll talk about that as I get to that slide. But we do have Would Be Brewing, very active. They're going to take that building, and the building, if you know those buildings over there, it's the one with the blue doors, and that's going to be converted into a brewery. They're going to brew beer there, they're going to export it, they're going to sell it, but they're also going to have a tap room. And so I think it's going to be just a great addition and really activate that area. On the northeast corner, that's something that we'll be developing later, and mainly just because of we've got a lot to do at 150 Main, but that old granary building is pretty complex, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. But it is a very unique building. You don't see those types of buildings very often, and it's very cool inside. So it's got a lot of opportunities for the future. But just focusing on the 150 Main property, and that's what I've been showing you, and I'll show you some pictures. It's going to be 5 buildings is where we're at, the final plan, and that's the plan that we have in front of staff right now. 3 and 4 stories. 4 stories closer to Main Street, 3 stories as you get to Emory Street. 310 units, and I think that's going to be the number. It's sort of been floating between 300 and 325, but I think it's going to end up at 310. 10,000 feet of commercial, and that's all on Main Street. And then we've got another roughly 20+ thousand in the other 2 properties that we've talked about, with the ability to make that even larger in future phases. We've talked about the pedestrian-friendly design and the connectivity, and that's really important. I'll show you that in the plan. Amenities, pool, fitness facility, all nice amenities for the residents that will live there. And then we've got a kind of a neat mix of parking. We have surface parking, we have tuck-under garages, and we have a structured garage. So we have 3 different types of parking depending on what you want and how much you want to pay. We submitted the plan to staff February 18th. It's working through the process. We've got another meeting this Thursday to respond to comments, so we're feeling really good about that timeline. Staff has been great to work with, and we're making a lot of progress there. And we are, right now, if you look at our schedule, we're planning on starting construction for this first phase in the August-September timeframe. David showed you this slide. Again, a mouse here. This is the 150 Main site that we keep talking about, 300 units and the redevelopment. That's where you're going to see, demolition and vertical construction. And then these are the properties, as I mentioned. This one right here is the Whibby Brewing property, and then this over here is the granary building for later part of phase 1. And so the point of this slide, though, is really, if we've started studying these and creating our plan for 150 Main and talking to Whibby Brewing and looking at ideas for the granary building, it's very important that this intersection here at 2nd and Emory is going to be a really cool, I sort of lost the mouse, but very cool intersection. And right now, it's not much, right? You fly through it. The streets there's really no sidewalks. So this is going to be, I think, the largest area of transformation, which will start here and sort of work its way out. But then it also creates this corridor down Emory Street, connecting to the park and all the things happening to the south of us. So, it's hard sometimes. You look at this and you say, okay, 6.5 acres, here's what they're doing. But you really have to look at, quickly this stuff is going to change, and it's going to create a district, the start of a district that will then expand down south and to the station and all the things happening to the south of our site. So that's sort of how I look at things. I'm looking out 3, 4, 5 years for the transformation. And so it all starts with 150 Main. So this is that site. This is 6.5 acres roughly. You've seen this before. I don't think you've seen it in this detail. It's really starting to come together as we're working through this with staff. 5 buildings. You've got building 1 that sits here along Main Street. This is a 4-story building. We'll show you what that's going to look like. It's got retail, commercial on the first floor, and residential over the top. It has tuck-under parking back here, which is sort of a garage concept where you pull in behind the building. Building 2 is probably our most special building. It's the largest building. It has structured parking inside of it. It's also 4 stories, but it's sort of that signature building sitting on the corner of 2nd and Main Street, and really the closest thing to pull the project into to the core of downtown. Building 3 is down here. This is a 4-story building with tuck-under parking on the west side. And on the east side, it's very cool. It's going to have a townhome feel. It's got stoops along the frontage, so it'll feel more like a townhome than an apartment. And we're doing that in a number of places around the project, which will give it, have that urban feel, but it'll also have that more of a townhome feel. Building 4 is the L-shaped building here. And by the way, I showed you this in a couple of weeks ago when I gave you an update. We're bringing Kimbark Street back. It'll be a private street, but we're bringing that block grid back, and that will also create a nice sort of residential street down the middle of the project. Building 4 is this L-shaped building here, and that's really our front door for the amenities up in this area. That's where our leasing office will be. That's where the amenities will be, the club, the fitness, all those things that you have as part of an amenity package for a multifamily project. Also, we've got our pool deck and our outdoor space over here, and then the remainder of the building sits sort of east-west, which is nice because it'll have that south-facing views, and we've positioned a lot of these buildings for mountain views and Flatiron views to the south and Longs Peak to the northwest, and so you're going to have some great views from a lot of these units and buildings. Building 5 is over here along Emory Street. That's our 3-story building, and that will have even more of a townhome feel. Because as we get closer to Emory, we're starting to get more of a residential neighborhood. And when we get into phase 2 of this project, where we cross over Emory, we'll have another building that faces Building 5 that looks a lot like Building 5 to create that residential edge. And that's something, we've been working a lot with staff on, what people don't realize is, we're reinventing 2nd Avenue and Emory. We're turning these streets into completely different streets. And so they're going to have residential feel, urban feel to them, and it's very important to the project. Down here along the railroad tracks, you see this building here. These are actually those are enclosed garages with doors on them, actually, and it's also it provides additional garage space for the residents, but it also provides the buffer, because if you've sat in this area for any time during the day, this is where the engines sit. 2 or 3 of them will just sit there and idle, and so we wanted to create some sort of a buffer between the trains and the neighborhood. So as I mentioned, we're starting to get some real pictures of these buildings, of what they're going to look like. This is a shot if you were standing at the cheese importers and looking back at the site. This is what you're looking at. You're looking up you're looking up Main Street. That's Building 1. And as you can see along the frontage here, first level is our commercial space. We've got about 7,500 to 8,000 feet of commercial along there. We can break that up into multiple tenants. We're having some discussions with some larger tenants that might want to take that, which would be nice. And then you're looking sort of up here at the corner of 2nd and Main, this is Building 2. And so this gives you a sense of the scale and a sense of how this is going to sit and how this is going to look when you're coming up Main Street. This is a view if you were standing maybe where Santiago's is and looking sort of back down Main Street. This is the frontage of 2nd Avenue, and then the tree line down this section over here is that Building 1 that you just saw down Main Street. And so this is really that hard corner where we want to activate the corner. And you can see there's a real mixture of materials here where, this material here is different from the masonry and this brick that's here, and then we've got some glass. There's also a plaza area right in here that will be activated. We see a restaurant going into this space, or maybe a bakery or a coffee shop, and they'll have some outdoor seating and outdoor umbrellas and things like that to activate the corner. And it's busy traffic on Main at this location, but this is where they're starting to slow down. Down 2nd, you can see the stoops and the more residential feel as you move down 2nd Avenue, and as you get closer to Emory and as you get closer to the amenity portion of the project, it starts to be 100% residential, and it has that feel. This last image is looking with your back to the police station. That would be the new part of Kimbark Street that goes down through the project. And this portion of the building here is where we're starting to put together the amenities. So you'll have your leasing office and your front door and the welcome mat for the project there. And then the second floor up here is where you're starting to see some fitness and amenities and some common space and things like that. And then over here you have your pool deck. And so you're starting to see what these buildings could look like, the scale. We dropped some people in here just so you can see. I mean, this is going to be vertical in nature, and it's going to feel very, very urban, but at the same time, we have a lot of green space, a lot of trees, a lot of planting beds, and because we have such a large site, we'll be able to bring those things to the community as well. So next slide, I wanted to just talk a little bit more about the public-private partnership, and we've talked about this a lot in different meetings and different presentations, but it really is critical to this project. And there's all this talk of risk and challenges in this area. We all know that. You just drive by it, you see it, and you know what's there. And so we have a real opportunity to transform it. And so the public-private partnership is needed on a number of fronts, and it goes beyond just talking about a financial gap that we'll talk about. I mean, it was really talked about at the beginning of the session tonight with the improvements to South Main and all the things that are going on in this area. All of those things are important to the success of this project. And I said this, I think, in one of my first presentations to you. I hope I'm not the last developer that comes to talk to you about this area, because if I am, something's wrong. I hope there's 4 or 5 or 6 behind us that come through with new projects, and chances are they're not going to be this big, because just as a land mass, we just have the most amount of land in this area. But we're hoping that multiple projects come through over time that define this area and that create the district that we're trying to create. But the reality is that for this project that is in front of you now and that we've all been talking about for the last 12 months, there is a financial gap, and there's some help that's needed, and that's why a partnership between the city and us and the LDDA is so important. And specifically, the things that help close that financial gap are the reimbursement for the demolition and the cleanup of the site, and the fee waivers that are already there, and you've had those for a while, and hats off to the city for creating that environment, because that was one of the first things that got me interested. The FIP, the DIP, and the other LDDA reimbursements and rebates are very important and critical, and you saw that with Roosevelt Park. But we also have to do things on our side. We have to manage costs to close that gap. We have to go out and get good financing and make smart decisions on how we put the financing package together for the project. And we've got to get some luck. We've got to get some wind at our back. We've got to get some rents that are increasing. And I had heard earlier that maybe rents are coming down, but in general, market values are going up and rents are increasing, and that's a good thing to help close this financial gap. And so we've run numerous analysis, and we think it's doable, or we wouldn't be here. And so, but without the public-private partnership, it's probably not feasible. So that it's very important. But at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, what were the benefits? And so, what were the community benefits for the project? And I think they're numerous. I mean, I can give you 7 or 8 different bullets, but I can't tell you what happens down the road when all these things get completed and other developers come in and a new district of town gets created. I have some ideas because I've been involved in some of these projects before, but it has to be proven, it has to be done. But as David said, we think this is the catalyst project that gets it all going. And the first thing that has to happen is getting rid of the blighted area. And there's questions about, other projects didn't get incentives. Well, other projects didn't have a 300,000 square foot vacant turkey processing factory. Right. So and that's really when you break down the buckets that David went through, and there's really 3 of them. It's the incentives allowed by code, which you already have, so we're really not negotiating those. It's the reimbursement for the demolition, and it's the $500,000 for the intersection at First and Emory, and so the plant has to go away for us to do this, and the benefits to First and Emory, I think, are big, because that's the connection from downtown to Dickens Park and all the things that are happening on the south side of town. So these things do benefit our project for sure, but they benefit this whole area, I would argue, in a bigger way, which would pave the way for future development and other projects to come along. Many other community benefits, the vibrancy that it's going to create, the new options. We don't have these options in the south part of downtown right now for residential and commercial. The creative and arts district momentum that's getting going, we want to support that. We want to foster that, facilitate that with not only people living there, but with redevelopment of the granary building. New businesses and startups, we're already proving that. Whibby Brewing, they're coming. They wouldn't have without this, you can talk with Ryan Wibby. If he couldn't have got this building at this location, he wasn't coming to Longmont. And he's a gun barrel boy, so he grew up in gun barrel, and he really wants to be local and be in Longmont. And then the job creation and the economic activity, David was very diligent in showing you what happens there. So all positive things that I think are big community benefits that will be lasting for years to come with this project. So thank you for your time. And
I'd like to make a comment. First off, it does take a lot of guts to do a project this big, and demolition is risky. You don't really know the cost of something until you totally tear down a building. Even if you keep the structure up, there's a lot of hidden costs that you run into. And a return ROI of 1.7, that's a pretty good return. I mean, but that alone seems like, from the city's point of view, pretty reasonable. Everybody wants affordable housing, but, so maybe, phase 2 or 3, you might consider that, but right now I'm going to support this project. I think it's a great project.
Thank you.
Councilmember Loveson?
Actually, I have a question for David.
Okay.
One thing that I really didn't understand is the dimensions of Emery Street. And it looks like from the site plan that we were shown that there's like a little bit of a jog shift in Emery Street. And then I know that there was quite a bit of a disagreement years ago. Twice, Butterball came to the city and wanted to have all of Emery Street closed off. And there was a lot of opposition to that from a lot of people. So I want to know, what's the exact dimension of the right-of-way we're giving up, and why wouldn't we keep the right-of-way and just grant an easement?
The right-of-way is 100 feet, and I don't know if Brian...
And wouldn't it continue? I mean, I'm looking at, Emery Street from where we sit now, just to the east of us, has that nice wide boulevard feel.
Yeah.
And so why wouldn't we want to continue that south of 3rd Avenue all the way to 1st?
Well, maybe Brian can speak to that.
Let me address it. What's not shown here, and I apologize, I don't have the slide, but part of the agreement, or the discussions, I should say, about Emery Street and the changing of it are mainly due to creating a residential, walkable, pedestrian-friendly experience down Emery. Now, one thing that we're doing, I wish I had the slide, but if you can recall from other presentations I've given, Phase 2, which is a pie-shaped property to the east of Phase 1, we have agreed to give a strip of land all the way down the pie shape along the railroad tracks for a recreational trail. And so there's a little bit of, I guess, I'm not sure if it's called horse trading, but there's a little bit of trading of, if we can create a more residential street that's pedestrian-friendly and bike-friendly, also create this pedestrian connection up to Collier and 2nd that comes down, that was the discussion. The other thing we're doing is we're creating, in that right-of-way, up on 2nd Avenue, we're creating a recreational trail that goes across all the way from Collier all the way to Main Street. So it was a larger discussion about how do we create an area that has more pedestrian connections and bike connections and things like that, and then at the same time, how do we create a residential feel along Emery Street?
And I guess that the power lines that go over that right-of-way east of Emery Street, there'd been some discussion over several years of kind of use of that right-of-way without permission by Butterball, but I don't know if we're now just formalizing something that had been a acquired use, David. I don't know if we're gonna. And are those lines going to be undergrounded? Those power lines there on 2nd Avenue?
No, the transmission lines. Okay. That's a Platte River Power Authority, so they'll say, and they have easements. So the development, you can't have buildings underneath it. That's where the landscaping and the parking will kind of run east-west.
Okay, and that's not shown on this map because it's not in Phase 1.
Well, the power lines they swing up across Main, just south of the liquor store, and it runs basically
Yeah,
right through
right
there,
there.
and it crosses
Okay.
over.
Okay.
But there is a portion under the easement where the Butterball property is.
Okay.
But there's just no buildings that are going to be there just because of the
So
Platte
that's
River.
just going to be parking.
Parking, landscaping, and maybe a trail corridor that's there as well.
Okay, when you say trail corridor, it's going to be built to like the city standard trail corridor?
Well, I don't know the exact location. As part of this redevelopment of the, as part of the site plan submission, we're talking about this enhanced recreational corridor. And so one of the things we're looking at now is the placement and location of that. That will go through this property and ultimately connect east-west, which is part of the Parks and Trails master plan vision for that area.
So it's just a little, what you're saying is just a little fuzzy now, it's details to be worked out later?
Yeah, it's in the site plan, exactly. I haven't seen it, the exact placement of it, but I just know because of the BNS, the Platte River Power Authority easement, that what you can do there, you can't do actual buildings. It's going to have to be parking, landscaping, or sidewalks for pedestrian access.
Okay. All right. And I guess I had one other question for Mr. Bear, if he can come back to the podium. I have to tell you, last week when I was at National League of Cities, one of the biggest topics that we heard from many cities of many different sizes is this crisis in affordable housing. And so, and I was told over and over again by elected officials from many different cities of many different sizes that unless you get some affordable housing when you're doing these big projects, you will end up with nothing in your city. So while I like your project, I can't vote for it because I see nothing for those people that will be the clerks in the coffee shop that have to be there at 5 a.m. and our buses don't start running. There's nothing for anybody that really lives in that will be working there, that is making those lower wage jobs, unless they want to live in the trailer park, which there is housing in that area. It's just a trailer park on the other side of Main Street. So, I guess you don't want to build it in this phase. I understand that. And, I'll be long gone from council, and no one probably will ask that question for phase 2 again. But I would like to know if when you convert this to condos, and I think that, when we have that bill go through the state legislature giving that 5-year defect, this would be a prime condo property. If you do any of that conversion, can you write something in the development agreement right now that say if you convert any of this to purchase housing, that you will set aside 10% for purchase by 60 to 80% AMI in that first phase if you're going to have turn it into owner occupied? I know you don't want to do it for rental, but I'm just asking you to consider
I understand where you're coming
to
from.
write it into the agreement so that we do get somebody down here that could get a leg up.
I couldn't agree to that right now. That's not what we've been focused on for this first phase.
Right.
We've been very focused on market rate housing for first phase. We have had discussions, and we've talked with staff about future phases. And keep in mind, this is a small part of this project. I mean, there's probably 2-3 more phases of this, and there's going to be a lot more residential. So.
Right, but we've needed this affordable housing, like we needed it 2 years ago. And so 6 or 7 years from now, when it comes up again, you understand that it's going to be really hard when the prices for everything have gone through the roof for anybody to be incentive. And we're not going to have any money left to send you in phase 2 and 3 to build affordable housing. And this is a problem we have to solve locally. That's what we heard over and over again from, numerous sessions I sat in on last week. So I'm just asking you, throw us a bone. I mean, really. And, I just look into your heart and see.
Sarah, you've asked, he's answered. Councilmember Bagley.
Throw us chocolate, not bones, right? So a couple questions. Ooh, I'll bet you got some answers. Look at this. Mr. Starr is a mathematical genius. So what's the ROI if we take into account the net present value, and what discount rate did you use?
Well, I ran it 3 ways.
Nice.
So, if you use your 6% discount,
okay,
interest rate is about $785,000.
Okay.
But is that the interest rate you want to apply? That's going to be discounted back.
So
if you use a 3% interest rate, which I've seen before, it's about $1.37 million. Okay. But again, what I want to say again, this is the the 5 million, 5.5 divided by the 2.05. And so I just want to say, in terms of like city, I mean, the one thing that's kind of in play of this whole thing, particularly the phase one, is that $300,000 value, the reallocation value. And so this isn't like a city like funding source. You're basically taking those 2 4-inch taps and reallocating those values to be used to the other parcels. And so that includes that $300,000. And what it doesn't include is this whole thing with the spinoff. And
But even without the spinoff, what you're saying is we still come out way ahead.
In terms of
investment on our dollars.
Well, the investment is we're saying we're investing 2.05 now, okay?
Right.
Or you could say we're investing 1.75 now.
Right.
If you take that 5.5 million and do say a 3% discount rate, that 5.5 million discounted 3% is 1.37 million.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's behind, but you're not taking into account the rest of the impact on the community.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
And for me, just to be clear, that was my point. Was if we're going to go into it, I didn't think it was that good, but the reason why I'm voting for it isn't because of that. It's because I'm expecting. I mean, really, what they're doing is they're coming in and building 310, even if they were to condominium, turn into condos. Yeah. I mean, they're basically building $200,000 condo units, which that's a pretty big investment. Mm-hmm. And it's also not, I mean, we can have we can have an affordable housing discussion later, but that's a pretty significant gamble in this area of town that I think will bear fruit. So, as long as we go in eyes wide open. Next, what is the answer to Mr. Yeager's concern about us giving away an easement that is not ours to give?
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. So I'm looking at Mr. Yeager's letter. It is certainly a novel theory that the city does not own its right-of-ways. Our understanding is in the Old Town Colony, these were platted roads. And so Mr. Yeager is entitled to his opinion that all property owners in Old Town proportionally own a share of the right-of-way. I have not seen any evidence of ownership in terms of maintenance. Certainly the city has taken on that obligation, and there's no legal citation in here, so we would disagree with Mr. Yeager's position.
It's been heard, addressed, researched, and you feel comfortable moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. And then I guess my question for Mr. Baird, quiet zones. What would you expect us to do with our best efforts? Let's get that on the record.
Well, I think this is tied into your other question, which is what happens if we don't go forward with this public-private partnership. Yeah, I guess I would fall back on the discussions and the spirit of negotiations and everything we've been doing with the city over the last year, 13 months. It's been a good process, and there's been some trust that we're going to do what we say we're going to do, and that the city's going to do what they say they think they can get done. And so that's part of what this is. And what happens if it doesn't pass tonight? The demolition would probably stop.
No, I'm not asking about that. Yeah. What I'm saying, assuming we go forward, that it passes, that you get your 4 votes, which I anticipate you will. My question is, there's the wording in there regarding the quiet zones that we will use best efforts to minimize the train noise. And so best efforts is a legal standard. So we're going to do everything we can. So I'm curious, as the person we're interacting with, what do you envision us doing? I think reasonable efforts mean we're going to give it a try.
I think you're already doing a lot of it. I mean, you're participating in these panels. We've been talking about the votes that are happening at a federal level, monitoring that, finding out what resources are available to make these changes and how it actually works. Now, that's on the process side. There's a cost associated with it. We don't know what the cost is going to be, but we're just asking for the city to continue to push at a local, state, and federal level to get these things approved. If there's some approval process that needs to go through, which I understand there is, and then to work with us if there are costs associated with it. And I frankly don't know what that means today. I mean, we've ballparked some of the pricing at $300,000 to $400,000 per intersection. to get it done, but until somebody goes out there and bids it, we don't know. But, for instance, what's happening at First and Emery, the cost sharing, which was a question of yours, that's the type of thing we're looking for is to work with us on the cost of these things to get these things done. And I wish I had a number for you today and I could say we're looking for X dollars, but I don't.
So, question for Mr. May, and my question is, if I was their attorney, best efforts would mean you got $6 million to make quiet zones. Best efforts means put in the quiet zone. So, my question is it your legal opinion that they're not going, because I just heard him describe reasonable efforts, but my argument is you have the money to put in quiet zones, best efforts means spend the money and make it quiet.
So we define best efforts in the agreement.
Let's hear it.
Page 2.
Page 2. That's all right. Read it.
So it means using all commercially reasonable efforts within a party's control and providing to either party documented written evidence as requested of all efforts to accomplish the obligation.
Is that it?
Yes.
Read one more time.
So it means using all commercially reasonable efforts within a party's control and providing to either party documented written evidence as requested of all efforts to accomplish the obligation.
So the definition of best efforts here is simply saying that we're going to document those efforts which we are taking.
And we're going to communicate to each other. Because it applies also for this, but also applies to like the collaborative office space that we want to see at the Second and Emery parcel too. And so there's that wording, and I think
the key is it grabs the word reasonable that you were talking about.
I know we're going to do what Mr. Baird just said, but I don't think we're going to build quiet zones right away. So I just wanted to make sure.
And you can't obligate future councils either. So
That's
that's
what I
the
mean.
other piece
Yep,
that comes
yep.
in.
And the first phase, the first in Emery, that I think is part of a quiet zone. Once that is built out, the improvements we're doing to enhance that will be, with the gates and everything, will be the first part of the quiet zone, right. That intersection.
And then last, it wasn't answered, but here's my answer, which is I don't think that, the affordable housing component, as I mentioned earlier, I think comes in just taking the risk in building 310 apartments and increasing the supply in our city. And I think that there is a huge risk associated with this that I think that other developers in town have not had to experience. So,
and my comment to that would be, there's a really, regardless of whether it's affordable market, there's an incredibly low vacancy rate for multifamily residential. I think it's under 3% citywide. So this, we think, certainly will address that vacancy rate and provide more housing, which hopefully will get things more into equilibrium, which is a county-wide issue.
I'll be back in this. My concerns have been appropriately addressed. Thank you.
Councilmember Fiddley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would like to move Resolution 2015-13.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Okay, that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Levison dissenting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Coombs, I believe now we're on to general business. And the first one is a resolution for the LGID. So if you'll recess and then convene as the LGID, I'll read the resolution title.
Okay, I move that we recess into GID. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, that passes 7-0.
Okay, and I'll read the resolution title. Resolution LGID 2015-01, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Longmont General Improvement District Number 1 approving an intergovernmental agreement with the Longmont Downtown Development Authority for Administration Services. And Jim Golden will present this.
Mayor Coombs, Chairperson Coombs, and members of the General Improvement District Board. I'm Jim Golden, Director of Finance. So this is the annual IGA between the GID and the DDA. Some slight changes from last year, just clarifying some services within the agreement, as well as updating titles and dates. I can answer any questions. Kimberly McKee is also here in the audience if you have questions for her.
Okay, anybody have any questions? Don't see any. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move resolution LGID 2015-01.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote.
I did.
Okay.
Thought it
Passes 7-0. Councilmember Santos.
Mr. Chair, if there's no other business for our general district, I move that we adjourn as the Board of Directors of the General District Number 1 and reconvene as the Longmont City Council.
Okay, let's vote on that. Okay, that passes 7-0.
Mayor Coombs. Next item is the advisory board appointments, and I will move to the podium for this. Mayor Coombs and members of council, you have several appointments that we need to fill for vacant board positions. You have ballots in front of you. Some of these can be done with motions if you prefer, but you do have ballots available. So, first one is Callahan House Advisory Board. There's one regular term open, and you have one applicant.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I have a question. Regarding the two appointments that have one, can we bundle those together and vote, Eugene? Is that okay? Is there any objection from members of council?
No.
So I would move that we appoint Daryl Nelson to the Senior Citizens Advisory Board and Shirley Noreen to the Callahan House Advisory Board.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
And you will have to raise your hand. Thank you. Okay. So the next item is the Golf Course Advisory Board. You have one regular term ending December 2017 and two individuals.
Court jester.
Don't we all?
Okay. Councilmember Moore voted for, Swaby? Is that how, Swaby? Is that how he pronounces his name?
Yeah, that's
I'm sorry?
the wrong one.
We're on golf.
We're on golf.
Oh, well, that's the wrong one, but.
Can happen to any of us.
Okay, we'll go with the rest of them here. I'll still need to know how to pronounce his name in a minute. Okay, Councilmember Moore voted for Greg Tefel. Santos voted for Greg Tefel. Finley voted for Greg Tefel. Am I getting that one right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Christensen voted for Greg Taffel. Okay. Coombs voted for Greg Taffel. Bagley voted for Greg Taffel, and Levison voted for Greg Taffel. So he will be your regular term member on the Golf Advisory Board. Then we have Historic Preservation Commission. You have one regular and one alternate, but you'll be voting for the regular at this time. The regular.
Because you just marked everything as alternate. The ballot says written, doesn't say regular.
Valerie, the ballots say vote for one alternate member ending.
Well, they're incorrect.
So vote for the
Just one regular member.
Got it.
And then we will
Get to the rest.
Yes.
That's the one.
Thank you.
Not that it matters, but on the last one, I thought I voted for Shannon Wheeler, but it doesn't matter.
Let me just Coombs. Oh, you did vote for Shannon Wheeler. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Can't read, sorry. Historic Preservation Commission. Mr. Swaby, is that right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we're going to call him that right now, and I'll get corrected later. Levison voted for James Swaby. Bagley voted for James Swaby.
Sure.
Chris Wallace, oh my goodness. Chris Wallace, sorry. Coombs voted for James Swaby. Thank you. Finley voted for James Swaby. Christensen voted for James Swaby. Santos voted for James Swaby. Gosh, I'm really sorry. I'm having trouble reading tonight. Moore, he was the first one. Voted for James Swaby. I forgot to read Moore's name. So it was 6-1. So then we have one alternate term also for this board, and Chris Wallace would be your remaining applicant if you would like to appoint him to that.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we appoint Chris Wallace as the alternate.
Okay.
Historic Press.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well done.
And that's it. Thank you very much.
Almost got to do C.
Retreat.
Sandra Cedar will present the last item, which is your retreat discussion.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager, and I'm here to talk about your retreat. So the last conversation we had about this was in January, where we were kind of going through schedules and talking about what the things look like for the year. And so there were some suggestions made about what the retreat topics could be, perhaps the timing, those kinds of things. And the suggestions of a March timeframe and a June timeframe kind of came up of those conversations. We have taken some liberties here in suggesting an agenda for you all, because each one of you at some point over the last several months has talked about the comp plan, the importance of the comprehensive plan, which we agree with, certain aspects that will be addressed in the comp plan, including housing, including some of the boundary issues, those kinds of things. So our suggestion is that you have one mega topic, which is the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan update. We have been working with Aaron Fosdick and Joni Marsh and and Phil Greenwald and their consultants. And I apologize. One of the dates that we talked about was May 8th. That one is not available with the consultants. So May 15th, May 22nd, we can move it into June. Any of those dates work. So tonight I'm looking for some general direction on the date you would like, the place that you would prefer, and if this draft agenda works okay for you guys. And that is my questions for you tonight. So first we can talk about the date.
Give those dates again.
So either the 15th, I think the 22nd, or anything after that. They want to make sure that they've gotten through some of their preliminary process so that there's something nice and meaty to talk to you all about at the retreat and make the best use of that time. So nothing earlier than the 15th, but it could be the 15th or 22nd.
The 15th is the Peace Officers Memorial thing, so we can't miss that. So I think it's got to be the 22nd.
Does that work for the rest of council? I see 1, 2 nods.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if we're going to have a May, I can't remember what the May date is for the CML Policy Committee, or I can't remember what the date is for the board meeting in May either.
I'm not sure about the board meeting, but I think the policy meeting was on the 15th. I can look that up for you while you're chatting. But for everybody else, does the 15th work?
22nd.
22nd,
Yes.
pardon me.
Yes.
Yes. My earlier questions zapped your brains, so yes, it's understandable.
Blew my mind. Let me check, Sarah, for you on the CML dates real quick, at least for policy committee, because I'm pretty sure I have that one in there. And I think that it was not the 22nd. I feel like it was earlier than that. Let me just look really fast. I think that it was the 15th, actually. So the next question is this an appropriate topic the way that it's outlined in the agenda? We are suggesting to do some sort of team building type of thing beforehand. And then really get into this. At some point during the day, we were talking, Aaron and I were talking today about perhaps inviting the Planning and Zoning Commission for certain portions of the conversation as well, if that's amenable to the council.
Okay.
The next question is, does that
sounds like a good plan?
Does that work?
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'd have no problem, but we've invited planning and zoning before, or Parks and Rec at other retreats. The other thing I would like, and this is the preference from, is location. Nelson Flanders would be number 1 for me, and then Xilinx.
Same for me.
Nelson Flanders is available, right, Bob?
It can be, right, Bob?
Sure, it can be.
But it's a nice conference room. It's a little cozy, but we actually got a lot done the last time we were there. So those would be my preferences, and I would have that way. It's cost doesn't cost us a whole lot. Doesn't cost us anything at all. And I have no problem with the topics, especially with the team building. It would be those are always a lot of fun.
Okay. And Mayor Coombs, members of council, the CML Policy Committee is on May 8th, so not a conflict. Okay, so what I heard was...
Councilmember Larson, did you?
And I haven't checked. I couldn't get on the internet quickly enough to see if we have an executive board meeting, but I can figure that out. And as far as locations, I like Silence, but I kind of like the idea of going to the Elks Lodge. I've been there for a social event, but I have a feeling if our topic is going to be the comprehensive plan, we should plan on accommodating members of the public, because we're trying to engage as many members of the public. And I think that there are 17 people on the Envision Longmont team, so if all those folks show up, it could get really, really crowded. And then, I'm okay with the topic to a degree. I don't want this to just simply be a rehash or similar to what we would get in a study session or a council. What I would like to do is actually do some real-time city building, that we are looking at kind of SimCity Longmont, and see what our vision is and how we would play around with things that to collaborate together real time and interact in that way. I think would be very productive and would let all of us understand everybody else's viewpoints and how those are represented in the community, as they often are pretty directly. So that would be my choice. And if we, it could even be stuff like Lego building blocks to talk about height and density or whatever, but to really begin to understand where our capacities are.
I would be happy to check with the consultants and see what kind of interactive type of thing that they could work on with our folks from DSC.
Councilmember Christensen?
I would really like to emphasize affordable housing over some of the others at the tail end here, and I'd like some concrete examples about what other people in this state are doing for affordable housing and in other places outside of this state. And I also think that the reason things are not affordable is because the jobs don't pay enough. So I would like us to talk about what kind of strategy this city has to get better quality jobs in this town. Thanks.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I agree that we should do it at Nelson Flanders. I like it better. This is for us. This is our retreat, not the community's retreat. I also I think what you've proposed as an agenda is perfect.
I would love to take credit for that, but Joni had a lot to do with it. And Aaron.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, I think that affordable housing is a noble topic to have, but we have those coming at another, if I'm not mistaken, other study session meetings. So I would not be in favor of doing that at the retreat. We have public meetings that we're going to have that discussion. The SimCity just keeps cropping up every time in the last 7 years. If there's a component that can be done that it doesn't cost us a ton of money, then I would be willing to entertain that. If not, it just seems that it's just been one council member's prerogative to try to create a SimCity. We're not there to play games. I'm not there to play games. I'll be giving a Friday away from my job and potentially later on my family if we do something later in the evening. again, I'm not there to play games. I'm there to, we're going to talk about the comp plan. Let's bury our nose. That's why I really like Nelson Flanders. It's smaller. The public can come, but as Councilmember Finley said, this is the retreat for City Council. When the comprehensive plan gets rolled out for the rest of the public, as far as the, in fact, I had a former city manager had some questions about how that was going to be done, and are we going to be doing a public process? And the quote was, Longmont had done a very good job. I said, Longmont still does a very good job with our public processes and involving the public. So, again, I think Nelson Flanders is a great place. I like the agenda, how it is. If there's other topics we need to bring back up, then we could bring those back up at a study session. So, just a thought.
Okay. I think you got your direction.
I am good. Thank you all.
So next, it's time for final call. Public invited to be heard. Is there anybody from the public who'd like to come down and talk? Just come down and state your name and address for the record.
Too many people trying to turn it on there for you.
I'm Clyde Yeager, and I own property right close to that. My address at home is 917 Terry Street. I own a property on the corner of First and Main. And, I think if this is going to be a destination, it should have more than adequate parkage. And I kind of think that giving up right away along both sides of Emery Street retards the ability of doing that. And I didn't see any discussion too much about access, egress, and ingress into this property. It looks to me like there may be a Main Street access on the picture on the screen there, and maybe one on Second, and I don't know about Emery Street, but I would think that any access to or from that property should have the adequate turn lane ability, like in the center of the street, a turn lane left in and out, and it'll probably be required at the railroad track at Emery Street. It should be required on Second, and I don't know how you can give away part of the right of way and still have the room to put something like that in. That would probably be smarter to put in than not. And so I oppose giving any of that right away on any of those streets for that, unless that's pretty well thought out. And also, a long time ago, they put lights on the corner of First and Main, and during that process, they dedicated Emery Street as reasonable access to my Main Street property. So I'm a little bit touchy on what happens there. I keep an eye on that pretty close. That's why I kind of help load an attorney's pocketbook a little bit when they tried to close that street 3 different times. And anything that happens to Emery Street kind of happens to what I own there. Because if you give a little now and then maybe a little later or something, pretty soon we have a problem. And I don't want to see that happen. I'm also kind of thinking that if this is going to be I don't think as far as quiet zone is concerned, I think that putting people next to a railroad kind of moots the idea of having any standing to even ask for a quiet zone. Kind of like building under an airport. It's not that I disagree against this project, but I don't think that's really. I think that helps to moot that idea. I don't have too many other concerns with that. But I sure don't want to see the city. The city's already gave up so many of those street easements down on that part of town that there used to be a street easement on every street, all up and down the Old Town, clear out to the South Old Town boundaries, which is south of First Avenue, 100-foot right-of-way for every street from Martin over to Main Street. They've been given away. Turkey Plant got quite a bit of that, not just where this building is to be situated, but that's a lot of money. That's kind of a public investment. And I think that should be listed as that. And so I kind of oppose that. I oppose giving any of that right away up. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to come down and speak?
Yeah, Strider Benston, 951 17th Avenue. Apologize for being late tonight. I just came back from a 4,000-mile trip, and my bike broke down last summer, and so I had to drive, and there was no parking. So maybe parking is an issue. My buddy went on the trip with me. Interesting, a few minutes ago, I got a call from Cheyenne Webb, who was the youngest person on the March on Montgomery, and also the youngest on the bridge on Bloody Sunday. She was 8 years old. And just a few minutes ago, I got a call from her. And here in El Seminario from Denver, the current issue is Ms. Boynton, who I spoke with several times. We spoke together 5 years ago. She's going to be speaking in Denver this fall. She'll be 104 years old at the time. She is the lady you see knocked out that people are carrying her back across the bridge. As you know, what the march was about was to win the right to vote. Only 100 years after the Civil War, they were still killing people for trying to vote. And now they're taking that right away again. So the same thing is going on. Interestingly enough, today, I think it was yesterday or today, the New York Daily News, on their front, it's a Republican newspaper. On the front, it says traitors. And it's got a big picture of Mitch McConnell and John Boehner, and two others of their leaders. And I think what it refers to, I haven't seen the article, it refers to them conspiring against the government of the United States to create a war against Iran. And this is major stuff. And you got a Republican newspaper that says traitors, and it's got their pictures. Let's pay attention. We do not have a democracy in this country. Hopefully, I think we have one in this city. Let's get serious about what it means. That's what we were all about 50 years ago, and it is crucial. The Ku Klux Klan was active in Selma last week. There was a man that was marching with me last Monday. They tried to kill him. They cut the lugs on his truck because he had an interview on the day he was coming down, and the wheel fell off, and there was a notice from the KKK. I won't quote it because it's not appropriate language, but the struggle continues. Freedom, justice, democracy, humanity, dignity. Let's keep our eyes on the prize. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to come speak at Public Invited to be heard?
Mayor Combs. My friend Sarah Livingston, council members, this is too emotional for me, and it will always be, given the topics that we are talking about. I'm dealing with humanity. God believes, faith. Where are we going? I know we have gone so far. Thank you. And we still have to go some more. We still have a lot of work to do. It takes one man at a time I do it on a daily basis. You do it, she does it, and everyone else does it on a daily basis. And we'll get there. I'm faithful, but desperate at the same time. I want to do something. Change something. I'm gifted, and that came from God. Hear me out. And I mean it. Hear me out. If you believe in something, hear me out. All right.
Thank you.
So anybody else would like to speak at first call, public invited to be heard?
Jeff Thompson, 1616 Sumner Street. Susan Pratt and Reggie Golden, two of the biggest landowners and land developers, and they want to get into the oil drilling business in Longmont. They don't like affordable housing because it cuts into their profits. And so naturally their patsy on the city council doesn't want to talk about affordable housing at the retreat. And he says that it's not the public's retreat. Well, if it's Susan Pratt's retreat, why don't we let her pay for it? These development projects that you were talking about tonight, bull. Pure bull. They don't do a thing for the people that are hurting in this city. You just ignore the people that are hurting in this city. You just pretend like we don't exist. How about 15 an hour? It isn't because the jobs aren't quality jobs, because the Chamber of Commerce, our modern day equivalent of the Ku Klux Klan, tells us that all work is noble or dignified. What about $15 an hour? Even with $15 an hour, if you do the math and take into account taxes and everything else, you still can't afford what this city calls affordable housing. This is just pure bull. The whole night was just pure bull. You made an amendment to the development review procedures, and people lost track of what the real problem is here on the appeal procedures. It's not who can appeal. As I understand it, you corrected that. I don't know. But it's the grounds for appeal. It says the permissible grounds for appeal shall be limited to the following allegations. The decision is not supported by any competent evidence in the record. What this is all about is oil drilling. Susan Pratt and Reggie Golden and the Herrings don't want any publicity about the variances and exceptions. This is so that they can drill anywhere they want. And nobody can appeal as long as they can just put any evidence out there to support their exceptions and their variances. And you voted for that. And you can't even do that. That's not even legal. And our city attorney is not doing an honest job. He should have informed you of that. Or if he did inform you of that, you do all this in the back room. Talking about worrying about having the public involved, that's why they brought on Harold Dominguez. So all these things would be done in executive session. You pushed out Gordon Pedro and brought in Dominguez to take government underground.
Is there anybody else that'd like to speak at public invited to be heard? Okay, seeing no one, it's now time for mayor and council comments. Councilman Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Couple things. I always appreciate public invited to be heard, but I thank Mr. May for an honest job. I believe he's an honest man, and haven't seen anything to indicate anything to the contrary, and is a part of the council that brought on Harold. I think you're doing a great job, Harold. And ironically, I love Gordon Pedro. You know, I think he's awesome. So I think we've been blessed with a lot of great leaders. And thank you, Gordon, and thank you, Harold. So, and also to the gentleman who talked before the last gentleman, I can tell you're hurting. We can all tell you're hurting. Don't know exactly what's going on, but prayers and thoughts your way. I was a little flippant tonight. I apologize, but it's hard for me to remain so serious when I haven't seen my fellow council members, friends, and colleagues for 3 weeks. I missed you a great deal. And so as much as I complained about having to stay late, you know, this is a great night. Welcome back. Thank you. Missed you. Also, I want to apologize to staff. I didn't mean to put you on the spot tonight. You performed admirably. I didn't get my packet Dropbox figured out till today. I noticed at noon. I went to read it, and it wasn't there. So I got it and read it and didn't have a chance to bring up my concerns beforehand. But as always, staff did a stellar job in answering the questions. So thank you.
Councilman O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would like to also say it's been great to be back. Happy St. Patrick's Day to those of you who wore green. I appreciate your solidarity. My business of the week this week is the Lifestyle Consignments store. It's at 1225 Ken Pratt Boulevard behind Le Peep Restaurant. They have home furnishings, lighting, rugs, mirrors, accessory gifts, greeting cards, artwork, and jewelry that are like new at 40 to 80% off retail. I haven't been there, but plan to check it out. Lifestyle Consignments.
Okay. I want to jump in here. I'd like to move that we let democracy work for the citizens of Longmont by placing the curbside compost issue on this November's ballot and instruct staff to come back with a plan and ballot language for council to review and approve.
I'll second that.
Okay. Can we vote on that?
Comment on that?
Sure. Sure. Councilman Moore? Okay. Councilman Bagley?
You want to go first? I thought we were.
I've already.
Yeah.
I'm commenting on this motion.
Yeah,
I'm commenting on this motion too.
Yeah.
So I guess my question, I think it's great. Democracy working, composting. My concern about composting has always been the cost.
Right.
Meaning, so my question would be, before voting on the motion, what are we asking staff to bring back? Are we asking for a ballot measure that says, do we or do we not want mandatory composting? Or is it, do we or do we not want, voluntary composting that pay as you go? In other words, if you don't use it, you don't pay for it? So I guess my question
We're
is,
asking them to come back with the best plan and put that into ballot language. We'll get to review it and decide as a group what goes on the ballot, and then we vote on it. Then let the citizens vote on it. I mean, what could be fairer than that? Then we want to see what the real value to the city is, and because my job is to represent the constituents, and we got almost like a free pass to get a free survey done by just attaching it with our November election ballot. And that way everybody can weigh in, because we're getting a lot of people say they want to weigh in, they want to vote. And so why not do that? And that's why I brought it forward. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. And as I've mentioned to you before, we have nothing in front of us. nothing in front of us about this motion. Nothing was on the agenda. I'm still unclear. Is it so? This is just to bring back. So you're asking for basically a survey.
No, I'm asking for a plan, the best plan they can come up with.
What staff is going to bring us eventually here real soon. So this motion is probably very premature.
No, it's instructing them to come back to a ballot, to put this on the ballot.
To put what on the ballot? Exactly.
To put ballot language, give us options that we review, and then we'll select the ballot language that we like. We'll put it on the ballot and let the citizens vote on it.
Actually, the best course, Mayor Coombs, would be to get the information first, then debate that at council, and then instruct to have a motion to instruct for ballot language. This is very unorthodox.
This gives them a more succinct direction to come up with a plan.
I would disagree because staff has direction to bring back options. Is that correct?
Yes, we were going to look at, we were going to create an RFP and then bring something and then go through that process with whomever we select in it and then bring it back to council. And that was at the beginning of next year,
right?
When we talked about it.
But now we have an opportunity, because we have an election, to just let the city weigh in as a whole.
It's March. When would be the latest we would need to have ballot language? August?
Yeah.
Very premature. Not well thought out.
I don't have a problem. I mean, the staff will tell us if they have a problem. Councilmember Christensen?
Well, I have two things. Actually, I think it would be good to, as we discussed earlier a few weeks ago, tighten up what our request is. In other words, tell them what we don't want them to consider and what we do want them to consider. So it saves time with them not having to redo everything. We already have two good reports, and I think we can tighten up what we're requesting for them to report on. But anyway, what I actually originally was going to comment on, Mr. Milam has come before us twice, and he has a very, I think he's done a thorough job.
We got to discuss what we're working on. So, Councilmember Levison?
Mayor, while I believe that you've got your intentions well thought out, I'm just a little bit concerned about kind of this the single issue ballot conflict we may be getting ourselves into. Plus, usually when we set rates for services and our utility costs, we don't go to the ballot. We make a decision at the council level, number one. Number two, I'm really concerned that if all the details are there in such a fine grain in a ballot saying, would you want composting if it was this dollar figure, then we end up with this conflict that might be a Tabor restriction, that what they're finding with the marijuana sales tax right now, that you collect too much or too little, and how do you work out that headache afterwards? So I would prefer to just, if you want to, my opinion and what I would support is speeding up the process of getting information back from staff in a timely fashion, that if we wanted to make a decision to draft ballot language, that we could do that sooner than later and not wait until the beginning of next year. I think we've got a lot of unknowns out there, and I can't support this motion at this time with those many unknowns.
Councilmember Bagley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Just for instance, I think your heart's in the right place. I have no problem in general taking it to the vote of the people, but based on the Times Call survey, I don't know if you saw that, I think if we put it to ballot saying, should Longmont have mandatory composting? If that's the ballot?
No, that's not the ballot.
What I'm saying is that unless
it's got to be clear.
That's my point. So if we put out there the ballot measure saying, do we want mandatory composting? I think it's going to fail. I think if you put out there saying, hey, should we have voluntary composting? And if you don't use it, you don't have to pay for it. I think that it would pass overwhelmingly. So I think that we need to have a debate in order to figure out. I'm not opposed to putting something
That's
on the
why
ballot.
they can bring back different options to us to decide what to put on the ballot. But I think we need to put something on the ballot.
So is your motion to come up with a bunch of different ballot measures?
To give us options, and we can decide collectively.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. I'm for options, and I'm even for putting it on the ballot, just not yet until I know what the options are.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I think those are Councilmember Levison and Councilmember Bagley make excellent points. I believe, again, I do believe that your heart's in the right spot. I just think this is very inconceived right now when we have no information. And once we get that information, should we decide to go to the ballot, or we allow those residents that want to have this to go to the ballot, they could. I mean, EcoCycle's behind this, so they have money to throw at this. What about the residents that don't? So
I didn't know that EcoCycle's behind this.
whether they're behind this curbside composting, they've been pushing this quite a bit. So if they are in favor of that, they have the money to initiate a ballot initiative. So until we get any information back from staff, I think I'm curious about how. I'm still kind of confused about your motion. I think council's already given direction, and if we need to have it expedited, then get it to us faster.
So I guess my point would be is if council's interested, excuse me, if council's interested in the consideration of some type of opportunity to place this on a ballot, then we will have to expedite that process so you can consider it with ample time.
Yeah, that's my intent, is to do something sooner rather than later so we can put something on the ballot for November. Councilmember Bagley?
Mayor, I guess I'd suggest then maybe amending the motion to say, we move that we instruct staff to explore the options and bring it back for a council discussion that would allow us to put something on the ballot in a timely manner.
I'll amend my motion to do that. Well, it'd have to be so that it could be before August.
Yeah, we would need to probably look at I would need to get with staff and see what workloads are, but it probably have to be no later than June.
Okay. Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Cruz. I don't know, and Mayor, if you'd like, at least some explanation of why this is so urgent.
Well, I've just gotten lots of some emails, phone calls, people saying, gee, why don't you let the citizens vote on this? And that's what I'm doing. I mean, we have an opportunity. Everybody likes democracy. I mean, it'd be nice if we could afford to do surveys that everybody had confidence in, but our job is to do what the citizens of Longmont want us to do, and I feel the citizens of Longmont want curbside composting.
Well, and Mayor, we've gotten emails from those people who have been composting that have said, you make this mandatory, we will not compost. I had multiple people.
Right.
People who support all most members of council who have said, I compost, I love composting. You make this mandatory, I quit composting. I'm going to throw everything in the garbage. So you have, I don't understand. You're saying you're hearing from the residents they want curbside composting. We have emails that say those residents that do not want this, you have to try to to balance it and not do it on a personal matter. Like at a council meeting, it's peanuts to you. To other people, it's not.
Well, to me personally, I compost, so this service does me no good, so it's not my agenda because I wouldn't even use it. But if the citizens, I feel the citizens...
Well, you already promised that you're going to pay for one resident.
Right.
In fact, I know you've had multiple people ask you to pay for theirs. You can pay for mine as well. Again, until we have more information, I can't support your amended motion until we get information.
Okay, we've got an amended motion. Councilmember Levison?
let's just move on. We're not here to discuss the merits of this or that right now. Let's just, my suggestion is, if you look at what our council schedule is for the summer, we're off 1 week in June for CML. We're off a week in July. And with the amount of workload of everything else, then I think we really need to bring this back before we take that CML break, Mayor, or at least at the earliest would be the last week in May, or the second date, the first meeting in June, because otherwise we're going to run out of time, because we're going to want to spend 2 go-rounds looking at ballot language and refining it. So I would just suggest, getting it as quickly as we can.
Okay, we've got a motion, had discussion. Let's vote. Okay, it passes 5-2 with Councilmember Santos and Councilmember Finley dissenting. I guess one other thing I'd like to bring up on council comments is how proud I am of the Longmont basketball team. They were 18 points down. They could have folded, but they fought back. They played like a team and clawed themselves back into it with a chance to win at the end. They didn't win, but at least that shows the merit of great teamwork and great coaching, and I couldn't be more proud of our Longmont Trojan basketball team. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'd like to report back on some of the NLC activities I was involved with at our DC meeting last week. One of the things from the Board of Directors came up was they're wanting to make sure that we support legislation that protects municipal bonds and retains their tax-exempt status. That's pretty important for our financing plans for most municipalities. They want, they're going to promote legislation that will allow local input into transportation plans and how those priorities are determined. So we have a little more local input on some of this transportation stuff. And what they're calling e-fairness, which is taxing internet sales, brings sales tax back to the communities. Those are their top 3 from the Board of Directors. The ITC committee, their priorities are around the Internet Tax Freedom Act. There's legislation in there right now to make the to prevent cities or localities from taxing municipal or taxing internet access fees and making it so that if you do want to, you can't. The NLC opposes that legislation. There's also a Community Broadband Act in the Senate right now that, while it's got good intentions, there could be some issues long term as far as managing to get more municipal broadband out there to create some competition in the marketplace. Some of the things that I've given Harold some information back on the tower siting legislation or rules that were just passed back in November. The most recent one was an application form that kind of delineates how well an application fits the new tower siting rules. So a lot of activity going on around the internet, obviously, with the new FCC rules on allocating communication or internet services as communications under Title II. So that was an important part. They have taken a lot of steps to prevent managed rates, I guess you'd say. So it's not going to be tariffed and done the same way it was done in the past for telephone services. There's also several projects out there now to figure out how to get around the wireline services and get better wireless services out there. It's part of the IP transition to for telephony services. So in all, a lot of work it took a lot of hours of the day every day, so it was but it was a good experience, and I think we got a lot of stuff done.
Councilmember Larson.
Thank you, Mayor. I also went to National League of Cities, and I'm still on the Fair Steering Committee, and the three main objectives of the board that were adopted are the three items that the Fair Steering Committee proposed to move forward to the board. The other thing is I did have an opportunity prior to the conference on March 5th and 6th to attend a workshop called Focus 2015. It was a forum of communities for urban sustainability, and it was hosted by the French Embassy in Washington. And I will bring a lot of the information from that 2 days to our staff members. However, what's happening at the international level on the impacts of things we've been seeing, wacky climate events, floods in Longmont, as well as other catastrophic weather events in other communities, really is now the impacts are not felt necessarily at the federal or state level, but for regions and cities. And so there's a big move internationally now to work at the city level to share information and strategies about how we can become more resilient communities and protect ourselves in the future. So in particular, I sat in on a quite a lengthy session on transportation and land planning, and there were some really great best practices and innovative ideas that came out of that. And then I also was in a session on financing resiliency. The other part of National League of Cities went to the Western Municipal Association, where there was an overview of federal issues and then also discussion of sustainability of water use in the U.S., which is now one of the focuses of the Western Municipal Association, which is all the states that are in the Western Governors Association. And I'm not going to bother reading them all off. Let's see. In particular, there's a lot of stuff going on in Wyoming. We heard from the state league director in Wyoming. I also attended a number of sessions, affordable housing, and then a very interesting and emotionally charged session on racism, equity, and leadership, and talked a lot about many city leaders and police officials talking about how we resolve these conflicts in our community based on race and equity, economic equity specifically. And there's some, my takeaway from that was that Longmont's doing a lot of great things, but I think we need to dig deeper still to make sure that we are really addressing folks in our community, honoring them, respecting their opinion, and really having that strong community policing partnership. And I think we're on our way to doing it, but I think we could even do a little bit better. So I'll be talking to the chief about that, and it looks like many of us will be in Salt Lake City in June for a summer policy summit. So other than that, I will take the rest of my items with staff on the various presentations I have taken notes on.
Councilmember Christensen. Okay. Now, Mr. Myron has been here twice, and he's made a very reasonable request, and I would like to move that we direct staff to honor our service-connected disabled veterans by offering free entrance to Union Reservoir.
Okay. Did you want to weigh in on that?
We're actually planning on bringing that to council for discussion on April 7th.
Oh, okay. That's fine then.
And he knows that.
Okay.
We can vote on it now, just decide and not have to do it.
Yeah. Can we do that?
Let us bring that on April 7th.
Okay.
All right. City manager, any comments?
Mayor, Council, Friday had the opportunity to spend a fair amount of time with members of our public safety division, specifically fire department. And when I was meeting with them and having some discussions, one of the things they wanted me to talk to council about is that they are having the Citizens Fire Academy, and they wanted me to let you all know about that. And if you're interested, let us know, and we will put you in contact with them.
When is it?
It is, I was trying to bring it up in my email. We will send you that information in terms of the dates. I think it's on a Wednesday night from 6:30 to 8:30, and it's once a week.
Does it get a spot in calendars and stuff?
What I can tell you is when they were telling me about a certain piece of equipment, they said that when they're in it, they can lose anywhere from 2 to 4 pounds in about an hour. So, yeah, so I told them I told them I wanted to spend the day in. So, but we will send you that information. But they did ask when I had that conversation to bring that up and inform council. Starts April 22nd through the 23rd of May, and we'll send you that information.
All right. Thank you. City manager, any comments? Or, excuse me, city attorney, any comments?
No comments, Mayor.
All right, this meeting's adjourned.